watching it end again and again. I feel it in waves, you follow me, drifting to places I should leave. So close to the edge of something so perfect. We were too scared to take the leap. I'm missing the way we used to be. Let me go. Left me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Couldn't get any closer. Tried to forget all that we had. I'm rolling like water in the sea. The memories crashing into me. So close to the edge of something so worth it. You had the world right at your feet. It almost is all we'll ever be. We can't get any Let me go. Left me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer.
Go for it.
Okay, so for 1,000 Rocket League credits, we got Gotcha Peter for the winner of it.
Hey.
Congratulations.
There we go.
Esports College and Career Pathways we are dedicated to helping gamers, players really improve their game, whether at the collegiate level like we are today or as a career.
Go to your buddy and be like, hey, I got paid to play video game and get good grades. What did you get money for?
We really want to give a foundation for gamers to come in, express themselves in their own way, give them a competitive base setting, and provide them with the equipment necessary to, thrive in that competitive setting.
We looked at the resources that are available, and even yesterday I was talking to parents and players, and they didn't even know there are varsity teams at the college level, let alone that there's scholarships. So we took upon ourselves that we really want to put together these combines, not just like Rocket League we're doing now, but we're doing League of Legends in 2 weeks. And beyond that, we're probably going to do Fortnite to really give resources and a recruitment tool for the colleges, but really to get these players in front of the right people at the right time.
Hello, guys, and welcome to Esports CCP Imaginology Rocket League Tournament. This is your pre-show for before everything happens. We're going to talk a little bit about casting. I'm your host, Ryan, though. And joining me here today, we have Perino and Squid. How y'all doing?
Well, I personally, I'm doing just swell. We had a little bit of fun before the stream started here, and I'm glad Perino you could join us as well. It's the first time I've been able to have you on a broadcast, which is strange considering our backgrounds. But hey, first time for everything.
First time for everything indeed, Squid. Yes, it's excellent to be here on a wonderful Sunday afternoon. I hope everyone's had a great weekend so far and looking forward to continuing on, talking about some Rocket League broadcasting and then heading into our tournament later on, just about a half hour. Should be a great day.
Yeah, and so before we go into that, we have a fun little pre-show. We're just gonna chat about what it is to be a caster in esports. And so before we kind of dive into it, I want you guys to each kind of share a little bit about yourselves, and then I'll kind of start things off here. So I have been casting for about 4 years now. My first casting gig was playing with Rockets, a Rocket League tournament organization that I myself created and did weekly tournaments for. So I just kind of casted in that. And currently, I work for the YMCA of Greater Houston as one of their content creators, I guess. I'm not really like the one in front of the camera, but like I do editing and stuff like that.
A
As part
producer.
of their I'm their producer. There you go. As part of their new stuff, thanks to COVID pushing more people to kind of move towards online stuff. So that's kind of my background in it. But Perino, why don't you go next?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have been doing esports broadcasting for about 3 years now. I started with Ryan actually in the Playing with Rockets tournament organization, and from there, I worked with Nerd Street Gamers, who many people may know these days for their Valorant. But prior to the release of Valorant, they did a lot of production for all different esports titles, and I worked with them to produce events for Play Versus was a big one for high school. We covered some collegiate events as well. We went to Harrisburg University for doing stuff there, and then moving on up. Most recently, I've worked for Team Envy covering RLCS The Grid. So it's been a fun ride, and I've got to work with many great people, and yeah, that's how I got started. Squid, how about you?
Well, similar to Ryan here, I've been doing work in the community now for about 4 years. I was pretty active on the game, at least before then, but not really in an official capacity. So when I did finally start commentary, I had to start out small. Never had any previous experience, but I kind of built up from that point where I started. I actually got in with a small org known as Ascending Champions Esports, which is kind of a smaller subsidiary almost of the MLE for those of you who know
Yeah.
the Rocket League scene. Pretty big, pretty prominent. Especially they just started their new season, I believe, season 12, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, kind of started with them and started working my way up as a commentator, getting more and more skilled as I went. And now, I've been at this for about 4 years, and it's been a crazy ride. I've had some official gigs with Psionics. I've had a couple of independent contracting jobs with other people, and right now, I've been just doing a lot of freelance work around the community. It's been a huge change of pace for me. And honestly, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life before esports came around. But now that I've been doing commentary, it's pretty obvious that this is what I want to do.
Yeah, and that's like one of the cool things too is, I think I can kind of speak for all of us in that regard of like, we all kind of got into esports casting though, and it's like it's just one of those fun things as you want to keep doing more of it. You always like you the more you do it, the more you're like, I need more. It's one of those things that it is so much fun to cast and everything, especially when you get those really hype moments in a game. And so it's just one of those great things about casting in general. And again, I always say the easiest way to get into casting is just go do it. And I mean, both of you are basically the same way. You just go do it.
Yeah, and I think when a lot of people talk about starting out with broadcasting, it's a very difficult thing to get a handle on the first time, because even though if you watch a lot of esports, you listen to a lot of great commentary, and the guys at the highest level make it sound so easy and so smooth and
Yeah.
natural, but it's a little bit different when you pick up the microphone for yourself. And I think the biggest thing that I did starting out was just just listening to a lot of the VODs, we're blessed these days that so many of the greatest commentary calls are just saved in full, on
Yeah.
YouTube or Twitch, wherever. And I remember listening to a lot of great Rocket League casters and trying to emulate that flow and that style. What I liked and didn't like, and trying to work from there. And then working with organizations that just need talent. Just finding people who need to put a show on. You start at square zero, right, and build from there. So it can be a challenge in the beginning.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things that I mean, a lot of people always kind of struggle trying to first find their gigs. And Squid, you I think started on the more basic level than both of me and Prino. I kind of started my own thing, and that's how I
Yeah. All right.
really kind of got into it. But you like you did it the more traditional way, I would say, and like you actually went and seeked your gigs.
Yeah, well, I mean, even you say that, but even with what I had, as I mentioned, starting out at Ace, it was still an in that I had with somebody else who was involved with
Yeah.
the organization already. So, despite the fact that I did start at what I would consider to be absolute entry level, Ace is one of those organizations where we would basically take in anybody who wanted to begin in commentary. We have a couple of those now in the scene. I think minor league esports is probably one of the biggest, like, what should I say? Like a mile marker almost, right? For people who want to get into
Yeah.
production on the esports side, right? MLE is a fantastic starting point, and I feel that before then it was Ascending Champions Esports because MLE was just a little bit more exclusive way back in the day with commentators like Achieves coming out of it.
Mhm.
It was a pretty high bar, I think. So when I
Yeah.
got in, it was incredibly entry level. It was basically the starting point that everybody else had, right? And eventually I started working my way up. I got in with people like Mythical Esports, with the CCA. That was a big one for me because, again, the contact, the connection that I had in Bumney, for those of you who don't know, is now the president of the CCA. He was kind of my in for that, got me into Collegiate Rocket League, and noted that I was somewhat talented when I was doing commentary at Ascending Champions Esports. So it was really just starting out at that entry level and building my skill, my portfolio, so to speak, getting more and more connections with people and kind of moving up in the world and saying, like, oh, wow, you're okay. Let's have you on this show. And then it kind of snowballed more and more and more up to the point where we ran the Renegade Cup for Psionics and Mythical got one of the monthlies. I was on the finals and I absolutely knocked it out of the park. And they saw it and they were incredibly impressed. It's kind of just it comes out of nowhere almost, basically,
Yeah.
because it never really existed up to that point. It was always just, me doing free work, trying to get exposure, experience. And then suddenly Sonics came to me and they're like, hey, we'd like to have you on for the finals. And I was like, wait a second, what? You serious? And so it kind of hits you like a truck after a while. But that's kind of how it goes. It's just like it took me about a year and a half of just doing some community work, just trying to grind to better myself because I was enjoying the craft. I was enjoying spending time around Rocket League esports, and eventually I just got to where I am now.
Yeah, and that's like one of the craziest things too, is I mean, I would definitely agree with you if it just kind of comes out of nowhere when you least expect it. You finally kind of catch a break in one way or another where you get your chance to kind of work a bigger, more high profile event. And sometimes they come from the places you least expect. Sometimes it's just, someone you worked closely with and, they really liked what they saw in you, and so they get approached by one, they're like, "Oh, I can't do it, but I have someone who could do it for you." And it really does kind of work out that way in a lot of different ways. So if you're ever interested in getting casting, like be sure to, work some of your connections. Like if as you get to know people, like really get to know them. And if you ever get the chance to, help them out, help them, they will most likely help you as well. It's that's one of the coolest things about it, honestly. I think is just the community is fairly tight knit, and you work your way up, you get into it, and you can always kind of make your way further along. Now, for those of you who don't know, there are a couple different roles in casting. There is the host role, which I'm kind of doing right now. And so you're kind of the one who facilitates conversation. You're the one who kind of leads discussion before games, after games. Or after series, I should say. Between games, it's just between the two casters who are usually doing that. You'll kind of see how some of it works today. But then the other two roles are the play-by-play commentator who handles the calls as they happen on the field. They're the one who lets you know what is going on with the play. They kind of call out where things are moving from there. And then you have the color commentator who provides a lot more of the analysis. They kind of bring that special it factor to the table where they really break things down to that elementary level for those who may not understand what's going on with the play. Why is a team throwing the ball the way they are? Why are they having certain types of ball movement? The color commentator is really the one there to kind of break those things down. And so on that, Squid, which kind of commentator do you classify yourself as?
Well, it's an interesting story, actually. I mean, for me, I do a lot of both, and I think that it was originally the plan that I was going to be a play-by-play commentator. For the first year and a half, 2 years that I did commentary, I basically did that completely solely. But as soon as I got onto the rival series desk, Gillyweed, the fantastic talent manager, or sorry, I should say, former talent manager for Psionics, she was like, "Hey, so we would want to try and split you into a color role," and I was like, "You know what? uh, if that's what you guys need, I will give it a go." And from then on, I've been practicing my color a ton. And up to this point, I have more than enough experience, I think, in both categories to classify as something of a hybrid commentator. So it happens to everybody, I think, eventually, once you get enough experience.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm going
I
to
would agree with that.
echo Squid's sentiment there and say that I had pretty much the exact same experience. I think starting out play by play is maybe a little bit easier just because for people who are experienced with the game, and going into the commentary side of it, play by play can be a little bit smoother. I think just because the flow of the game and just the way that you want to narrate and commentate over it comes a bit easier. So I think
Yeah.
most people will start that way, and then as you develop more experience, you sort of switch to the color role. For me, it's a, it's actually kind of funny because even though I do consider myself largely a play-by-play, lately I've been doing pretty much exclusively commentary, or exclusively color commentary, excuse me. So it's yeah,
I'm
I would
sorry about
say
that,
a
by the way.
hybrid. It's all good, right? But that's the thing. Rocket League's also, I think, more unique in that the lines between play-by-play and color are a bit more blurred because the games
Yeah.
are so fast-paced that a lot of times there isn't just a lot of space for a traditional color commentator. You
Yeah.
have like the NFL, let's say, right, where you listen to Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth, and they have very set roles because there's a lot of time that you have in between
Yeah.
plays to break things down, and you have a
Yeah.
very, diluted set of roles there where for Rocket League that is not the case. Things happen very quickly and you need to be kind of proficient in both ways. So I think hybrid is the future really for most commentators. I think it's good to have experience in both.
The commentator meta. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is true though, is I think a lot of us you have that kind of place that you start of which one you're more comfortable with. But as you expand in your kind of casting career and you're trying to expand your portfolio, it really is beneficial to learn the ropes for both. Just because you do open yourself for more opportunities, you make yourself more flexible for TOs to use you in their broadcast. And that's really the big thing is, I mean, because even me, I would say I definitely started in the play-by-play role, and I still do play that role a bit more heavily. But there are times where I do rotate into that color commentary role, just because there are times where even as a caster, there's sometimes some days where you're like, I really want to do this type of casting today. Hey, co-commentator, you cool with that? Cool, let's do that. And um, me and Perino, we casted for Team Envy, and so there were times that we would have that conversation as well. Um, and so it's always funny how that kind of works sometimes, but yeah, I think it really is most beneficial for you to learn both roles. Definitely figure out which one you are probably stronger in. But you could end up going the way of how Squid said of you're not quite as good at one, but someone says, "Hey, we need you to do this," and you're like, "Well, I'm not going to say no," and you improve yourself in it, and that's really all it ever is just finding that way to constantly improve yourself. And so looking back on some of your casting calls, go back in your mind for me, guys, and I want to ask you, Parina, I'll start with you. What is some of the best casting moments you've ever had?
Oh, that's a
Take a
difficult.
trip in the time machine with me, man.
Yeah,
Let's go back.
that's tough. Um, so obviously, recently having the chance to do RLCS the grid,
Mhm.
I think most people would try to pick from one of those experiences. Ryan and I worked together, and we've covered some tremendous finishes there for Team Envy in some of these games. They are
Oh,
notorious, at least in
man.
the grid, for the past two splits for bringing games to Game Five overtime, what have you. And I'm actually going to defer though because I think one of my favorite moments was I was working as um a caster for a community 2v2. It was a LAN tournament at Arcadia University in the Philadelphia area, local to me. And there was a moment in the grand final where anybody who's a caster knows the "This is Rocket League" call, from
Yeah.
Shogun, the RLCS
Yeah.
finals in season 5. And the I forget, it was Stokely and someone else, but I just remember they tied it up right at the 0 second marker in the last game, and I said, it's like Stokely sends it to overtime, and like it just, what was really cool was having the live experience too, and it's so
Yeah.
unfortunate we don't have that, but having the crowd there too, so everyone freaks out in the
Yeah.
crowd, and then you get the whole energy of the room behind it. So for me, that has a special place in my heart, just because of the I love the energy in the room when you have a moment like that, grand final, $1,000 tournament, 0 second goal, you get hype and the whole room goes crazy with you. Like that's very unique and that's a cool experience.
Yeah, I personally still waiting for Lance to come back. Hopefully, we can get some more of those soon. But I think for me, there's it doesn't have to do with the environment. For me, mostly what I value in my commentary calls is my personal investment in a series. And my particular moment here, I was extremely invested because this is way back. I talked about it already, but the Renegade Cup Finals was my first like big event that I did, and it's still my favorite production of all time today that I've been a part of because the NA finals were simply amazing. I believe it was the Afterthought Squad versus Sway Esports, which at the time had T Kirill, Alpha Kep, and ZPS. And I specifically remember the 2-0 deficit that Sway were on. And when they scored with an amazing passing play that I saw coming from a mile away at about the 30-second mark, I stood up out of my chair and I started just screaming into the microphone. I was so ecstatic for those players in that moment, and basically what the odds were for them right there. It was game 7 at that point, I believe, and everybody was we were all just like trembling with anticipation about what was going
Yeah.
to happen next after that goal is scored. Because once you see that kind of amazing passing play into a perfectly placed goal, you don't know what's going to happen next. You have no clue where the game is
Yeah.
going to go from there, right? And that's the beauty of Rocket League, I think, in itself, portrayed a little bit in that, but it also makes for one of the most hype moments you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, and I think those are honestly just the best moments is just when you as a caster are even kind of like, man, I have no clue where we're going from here. Because there are play times as a caster after you've done a lot, you kind of sit there and you're able to look at the lay of the game and like kind of the flow of how it's been going. And you can say, like, oh, while it looks close, like I really haven't felt worried for this team, but I have felt worried for the other side. And you kind of start getting a better feel of how things are looking, even for the players. But those are moments where it all just comes crashing down. And you're like, this is who knows where we're going from here. Those are some of the greatest moments ever. And as much as as easy as it is to talk about the RLCS games and stuff, I will say that there was a game recently that me and Prino casted for Team Envy, that is probably one of the most hype games I've ever casted, honestly, just because for those of you who don't know, the grid is a weekly event or kind of a weekly thing. They're an RLCS where the teams will have their own broadcast and they will have casters come on and commentate the games for them. So when you cast for them, you're kind of casting for that team as if like you're basically a cheerleader for the team almost, in a way. And so, me and Perino being on Team NB broadcast, we really hope they win. And they were down by 1 goal. It was 3-2. and they managed to pull off a goal with 3 seconds left to tie it up against Kansas City Pioneers, now Shopify Rebellion. And then me and Prino are already losing our minds because we really thought there was a chance they were going to lose it there with only 3 seconds left. And then on the kickoff, Turbo Pulsa comes through the midfield. He picks up the ball on the kickoff and he gets bumped by the opponent and it throws it into their own net and they just win it. There is no overtime. It's 0 seconds left. It was the most unfortunate thing ever for Kansas City Pioneers, but it was one of the coolest moments ever. Me and Prino were just losing our minds in that clip. Like I even went back and looked at the clip just because I was curious, like how the heck did I sound in that? And like my mic was peaking, I was screaming. that was a really good moment. But it's like those hype moments. That's what you live for as a caster. And
For the
so,
record, that was my second choice, Ryan. I was thinking about that one as well, but I
it was such a good moment.
I was thinking about that one too.
Yeah.
No.
But it's those things that are really cool about casting, and it's just, I mean, there are times where I've left the broadcast and I have such an adrenaline high from it. And as casters, sometimes we're casting fairly late into the night. I don't know about you guys, but there's times where I've left the broadcast and I'm like, I can't go to sleep. I have too much energy. This isn't gonna work.
Yep. No, I think that actually I have the opposite problem sometimes. Sometimes it's
Really?
like, sometimes I have a problem where it's like, oh, depending on the day, of course. But
Yeah.
sometimes you get done with the broadcast. Like I had a Full Sail University broadcast I was doing yesterday. I had to get up at 8 in the morning, which isn't terribly early for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I was still like I was just kind of wiped when I got up in the morning. But I did. I got a shower, got a fresh glass of water, like cold water, try and wake myself up. And we did like I was up from like 8:30 at the call time all the way out to like 3 p.m. And all I could think about was like, oh man, do you know what? I have to I have to after this, I am gonna hit the bed and sleep like a log.
Yeah.
And I did. I went to bed. I slept for like 4 hours after that. It was ridiculous. But I mean, to your point though, I mean, I've definitely had times where I get off of a broadcast and I'm like, wow, that was such a final. And then I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, like, what am I gonna do now? And I realize how am I going to continue off of this, right?
Yeah.
It's like going skydiving and immediately taking a trip to the library. Like
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Immediately, like you're done with the broadcast and you're just, man, where am I going now? What am I doing?
What do I do with all this energy, right?
Yeah, you're
I
just
wasn't
like,
ready for that to be done, but now it's just
yeah. There's sometimes because even as you're like trying to like close out the broadcast and you're talking, you're still kind of like just like bouncing in your seat. You're just like, this was amazing. And you get afterward, like there are sometimes I get done. I'm like, should I just like go run or something? What am I doing? Like, because my body's just pumped full of adrenaline, and I'm like, it's like midnight though. Could I go run? Is
or
that
one of the other ones that I've had too is where like a series gets done and I want to spend like the next 30 minutes talking
Yeah.
about what happened in like
Oh,
the last minute
exactly.
of gameplay. But
Yeah.
I know I have to give it off at some point, and then after the fact, I'm thinking about, oh, you know what, I should have said this, and then we could
Oh
have
yeah.
talked about, and then, yeah. So
Yep.
it gets a
The
little bit,
and then dilemma that
and
all
then
casters face.
it
But
can actually be a little bit frustrating.
we are getting towards the end here of the pre-show before we start rolling into the tournament. And so I do want to ask you guys two more questions. This one I want to ask, what is one of the biggest bloopers that you have had as a casting moment? And Squid, I'll start with you on this one.
I almost dropped an F-bomb on a live stream once. I remember
Yeah.
at Midwest Land. I think it was in 2018. One time, I was watching it, and this is still when I was a very young caster. I started late 2017, so this was, I believe, in early 2018. So sometime in the winter months, still like March, I want to say could have been. So I was very inexperienced, and I hadn't really developed my whole like this is a certain vocabulary that you use on broadcast, and there's a certain vocabulary you do not use on broadcast. And I saw a play develop. I remember I was casting with Samael. I saw a play develop, and I had as I do, I think in my head of like, all right, this is what's gonna happen. And then when it didn't happen, or when somebody missed or something, I went, what the fuck? Uh,
Oh,
and I could not recover. I didn't know what to do. I had no outs for that. So I looked at Samael, and he just looked back at me like, I ain't helping you on this one, buddy.
He's like, you're bailing
This is
yourself out
all
of this
this is
moment,
all for
buddy.
you. And I was just like, and I just had to deal with it. I didn't say it, but I came that close. Just one more syllable, I was done.
Oh my goodness. That's a
Yeah,
pretty good
for
one.
me,
Oh my goodness.
same thing. I was a very inexperienced, very green caster, and it was the first time I'd worked in a studio. So obviously we do a lot of events from home, especially now with COVID. But
Yeah.
normally, ideally, you're in a studio setup, and it was this big production, and I was just very nervous. And like on the second day of doing it, I pulled the classic James Bott maneuver of joining the team as the game's about to start, which is a very easy mistake to make, and I'm pretty sure we've all done it at one point or another.
Yep.
Uh, and you've never had so much panic, like like when you can really concentrate when you have like the adrenaline and like
Yep.
fear pumping through. I've
Yep.
never moved out of a lobby and into the spectator room so fast
Oh,
in my
yeah.
whole life within the client. It was like ice cold. Like I saw like my car on the pitch, and I was like, wait, this is not where I'm supposed to be right now. So I had to, real quick escape, scroll down, change team, like very quickly. I got out of it, and I'm sure it was fine, but it freaked me out for the rest of the day. I was on the edge of my seat.
I will say when those moments happen, you don't realize how fast you can react because you just have no clue that you're able to move that fast. You do it and you're like, realistically, that was probably, like maybe 2 seconds max. But
Felt like a lifetime.
it feels like a lifetime. Exactly. You're like, oh no, this isn't cool. But like there's times I've made mistakes and I go back and watch the replay, I will go watch the VOD, and I barely even notice the mistake. Sometimes I'm like, oh man, I was worried about nothing. That was that didn't actually look that bad. I will
Actually,
say
speaking of which, hang on. I do want to interject with just one more thing because this
go.
was a funny thing that happened. I remember when I was on the RS broadcast. You know, we do suit and tie, right?
Yeah.
I like never tied a tie before then. I was 19 when I was on Rival Series,
Oh
so
no.
I never really knew how to tie ties. I had to teach myself a little bit. Subi helped me out. He was such a bro, and he would help me tie on occasion. Same with Corelli, Stacks, and Haloran.
Yeah.
I realized once I was in the green room. You know, we just chill in the green room. We don't like have
Yeah.
all the dress up when we're not on. And we watched the last series before I was supposed to go on, and I was thinking about, all right, I'm ready. I was thinking so hard about the teams with like 2 minutes and a half left on the timer. Subi or Stacks or somebody was like, "Hey, you gonna do your tie?" And I was like, "You serious?" I looked down. I was like, "Oh crap! Like I need somebody to help me with this. I am not gonna be able to get this in 2.5 minutes, and then I haven't
There's
looked
no
good."
way I can do this fast enough.
It was a close call. Like I almost didn't make it. I'm gonna be
Oh
honest.
my
So
gosh.
that was a funny one as well.
I will say one of the biggest bloopers that I had to deal with when I was casting once. I think it was actually with CCA. I think it was CRL last season, where Helmsy, who's currently the social media guy for CCA, he was a player at the time, and we brought him in to do an interview with him. And like they tell you in your ear, they're like, okay, we have him ready for the interview, bring him in. So then you do your intro, you're like, all right, we're gonna welcome Helmsy to the booth so we can, kind of break down what happened in that series. And he came in and we couldn't hear him. And he like wasn't able to, his mic wasn't working or something. But he could hear us at least.
I feel like I
Uh
remember this.
and so in the middle of like I think we had something like 2,000 viewers at the time or something. And so in the middle of the broadcast, we were like, "Oh, hey." And like we made the realization that he couldn't hear us, and we were like, "Okay, we're going to do like a fun charades interview with Helmsy." And so the entire interview was us like asking him questions, and he had to like charades his answer. And to this day, that is one of my favorite interviews I've ever done on stream because
Yes.
it was such a like quick paced moment, but it turned in one of the funniest things ever. And sometimes as casting, that's like the greatest thing is when you can take that like really scary moment where you don't know what to do and you just spin it on its head and make it this really cool thing. And I think honestly that's probably one of my favorite casting moments ever, just because of how funny it ended up being. And I remember like we came out, Bumney and all of them, they were ecstatic about it. They were like, that was amazing.
Yeah. I
So
remember that.
that
I was there for that. It was
yeah.
grade A.
I think, yeah, actually, weren't you one of the people with me that day on the desk?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I actually initially proposed it. I was like, let's do this like charades.
Oh,
Like, give us a
yes.
thumbs up.
Yeah,
Give us
yeah,
a
yeah.
thumbs up if yes. Give us a thumbs down if no.
Yeah, and
The
so
whole
we just,
ordeal.
like we immediately turned that one on its head, and that was one of
It
the
was
best things
hilarious.
ever. It really made for some funny content. And, as a caster, that's what you're doing. You're trying to be entertaining on camera. You're trying to always, like, kinda bring that extra bit of energy and stuff, and so whenever you feel like you did it successfully, like, it's the biggest moment of pride. But we are about ready for the tournament. I do have one final question for each of you, and then
Lightning
we're going
round.
to take a short intermission before the tournament gets started. So, Perino, I'm going to start with you. Biggest piece of advice you would give to someone who's interested in casting?
The biggest piece of advice that I would offer is know who to take criticism from. It is difficult to evaluate your casting skills in general. Um, know who is offering criticism and why they're doing it. There are sometimes you will see things that
Twitch
you
chat
simply can't.
is sometimes not the best thing to look at when you're a
Yeah,
first caster.
absolutely. And my piece of advice would be, obviously seek to improve, and find people who will help you get better, but find the right people and find the people who are interested in really seeing you succeed. That would be my advice.
Squid, what's your advice?
Well, to the same point, I think that doing some review of yourself is always good as well. But the one thing that I kind of did when I first started out is, I used my gameplay knowledge to my advantage, but first and foremost, I tried to pick somebody who I really looked up to. I think for me, it was Wave Punk and Shogun at the time,
Yeah.
who I was like, you know what? I want to see if I can't do what they do. And then once you kind of get a little bit experience with that, then that is the point where I would advise you to kind of like mutate that style almost and like turn it
Yep.
into your own.
Yeah.
Try to take it and make it your very own style of commentary. So it's not a bad thing to have like a template idea of what you want to
Mhm.
do starting out, because that's the best way to kind of give yourself a basis. Think about what you want to sound like at the beginning, and then once you are comfortable in the booth, comfortable with experimenting a little bit, then that's when you make it your own.
Yeah. And no, I think those are both actually really good points. Perino, that's spot on. Make sure that you're not trying to hear out everybody. There are people who you'll come to respect in the community that you're like, okay, if they're giving me criticism, like I really need to take this at face value. If some random person on Twitch is giving you criticism, you maybe don't always need to take it necessarily, because sometimes even people who are just the casual viewers, they don't know what all goes into casting. And then Squid, even with yours, I mean, always having that goal that you're aiming for, really a big deal. My piece of advice for you, if you ever want to get into casting, is just go do it. A lot of people really sit there and they try to come up with all these reasons of like, oh, I want to do it, but I don't think I know how to do this or that. Honestly, the best way for you to improve as a caster is to just go do it. Whenever I started playing with Rockets and I was doing my casting there, I originally didn't even want to cast. I just wanted to be the TO. And then we were like, oh, we need to do a broadcast. So I had to like figure out how to do everything. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just commentate. We'll see how it goes. And it was like from there, I like fell in love with it and I just went off from there. And it's really just about, if you really want to do something, just get your feet under you and go do it. That's the only way that you're ever really going to get where you want to be. And so with that, I think that's going to conclude our pre-show panel here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully you learned a little bit about what it's like to be a caster. You got to laugh along at some of our stories that we had to share. But we are going to take a short intermission and we'll be right back with the start of the Esports CCP Rocket League Imaginology tournament.
We can't get any closer. We can't get any closer. on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare, 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to Esports CCP Imaginology Rocket League Tournament. I'm your host, Ryan, and join me once again, we have Perino and Squid. We had a super fun pre-show, so if you missed that, after this tournament's done, be sure to head on back and rewatch that segment. We talked a lot about what it is to be a caster, some of the things that you can do to become a caster yourself, as well as some of our funny past experiences and some of our most memorable, that's the other thing about being a caster. You got to try and always say your words as best you can. And it doesn't
That's
always
the
pan
hardest
out
part.
that way.
English are in very incredible difficult.
Yes, very much. But guys, we have a lot of great Rocket League matches lined up for you guys. We have some really cool prizes lined up as well. First place today will receive the HS60 Pro Surround gaming headset for each player. And the second place team will walk away with a Corsair Jacket Edge hoodie. And the third place team will walk away with a Corsair Yellow Edge t-shirt. And the Marines recruiting team has helped support this entire event, so we want to make sure to give them a huge shout out for their continued support. But guys, we do have players there in the lobby. They are ready to go. So we are pretty much ready to jump right into it. Are you guys ready?
No,
I was
I'm
born
not.
ready, Ryan.
Squid's
I'm not
not ready,
ready.
but Perino is. Perino, I think you got this solo. It's all you. Take
Oh,
it away.
easy money. Easy money.
Wow. Okay. All right. I see how it is, Perino. Whatever. Well, getting into this game though, I'm ready now. See, I was just taking my time, but I'm ready
All
now.
right.
We got West Coast, Best Coast
There you
versus
go.
Valor Esports Junior, and if I'm not mistaken, Valor Esports Junior going to be on the orange side here as we get set up here for game number 1, best of fives throughout this bracket, as I recall, and of course, West Coast, Best Coast representing the blue here, Perino.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I agree with the sentiment that the West Coast is the best coast, given my, Philadelphia residency. So we'll see on the pitch, if they can come up with the best goals. And there you go, Trust right off the top of this game here is just going to fire that into the bottom corner. Action heavy already.
An unfortunate attempt there for Kwanzek, not quite redirecting that one away from the net. I believe the other defender might have had something to say about that one, but you can't win them all on an easy first goal here. Now maybe even a second as well. Lego can't quite put that one on target. Just outside of the post here. Looks like they're going to maintain the offensive pressure here. Looking very good for Valor Esports Junior up to this point. They've been able to keep the zone time all in the blue.
And I love the game that Valor's playing right now. Just taking 50-50s in the midfield, not allowing any transition, keeping the pressure high up the field. It's how you get so many goals and you can force mistakes from the opposition. Going for the demos as well. These guys are just all over it.
First bit of gameplay about done here. And as I said before, it's been almost all in the blue side up to this point. Lego looking for the air bump, can't quite find it. Wanzek will be able to recover. They do need to get something of a big clear due. West Coast, Best Coast at this point in time. Nice save here for Callian. Only drops out as far as the corner. Trust back into the mid. Kwanzek trying to make a play out, but you can tell the rotations here just too strong, and SLK will put on goal number 2. A solid 50-50 right out in mid.
Yeah, and very nicely done by SLK here. Just recognizing the defense wasn't getting to this fast enough. Everyone on that blue side just hesitating. Nobody really making a definitive touch on the ball, and SLK just rammed it home right in the back of the net. And this game has taken place almost exclusively on the blue half. West Coast here just need a big clearance. They needed one moment of relief, but they are not getting it.
This is the first time we've ever seen them even foray into the attacking half. I feel like it's not going to be very long-lived. SLK made the initial touch back across the midfield line, and that parallel will be broken a couple more times in succession here. Like we'll have to defer. SLK pass back over to Trust. That's quite a bit of Trust as well, almost on the inside of the post. Could have been an own goal if they weren't careful, but looks like they've got a pretty good control of things up to this point. And I've got to admit, it has been a very team-based, team-oriented game for Valor Esports. Up to this point, shot opportunity there missed by Lego, but still, they keep the pressure on.
And they've just had so much pressure. It's just unrelenting. SLK going to follow up his own touch under the crossbar. Great attacking move here. And just punishing the lack of clearance. He gets that touch up, Saru, and not able to make the read in time. And goodness, this is an offensive onslaught coming here from the orange side. And, for West Coast, what's the answer, Squid? You have dealt with all this pressure. Well, there's a quick one for me, I guess. Kaylee's going to answer it and just knock home a goal off the kickoff. There you go.
Yeah, sometimes you get given a gift here. Kwanzaa, little faith in the opportunity for Colleen to put that one in. It's a little bit distressing, I think, personally, but I've still got some faith in them. They just need to get a little bit closer support, I think, trying to make challenges coming out of the defensive end. We've seen a couple of really unneeded giveaways, I would think. Colleen looking for a double, maybe even a triple. Kwanzaa down in the mid. Goal number 2 now. We're almost tied up.
And what I thought may have been a blowout has quickly turned around here. Colleen just getting a great 50-50 up high, and Kwanzaa following it down low. When the ball is descending from the ceiling like that, such a juicy setup to deliver a strike, and that's exactly what West Coast got. So only took a span of a few seconds in game here for West Coast to really try and turn this around. They may even get an equalizer, but Lego not having it.
Yeah, it's been a strange change of pace. They managed to do it before halftime even, which is another thing that's slightly out of the ordinary. Saru with a shot chance here. SLK force off the backboard. Kallian for the punish. Not quite there. The secondary save as well for SLK. And what would have been the tying goal, touched off to the side. Great air bump here, but it won't be enough. Kallian there for the backup against the opposing offense. And I gotta say, this seems like a completely different game now. West Coast, Best Coast seem to have come alive in a major way here. I'm surprised.
May have been a little bit of tournament nerves here, Squid. We find that happens sometimes when players are getting the first game of the tournament underway. It may not always be your best Rocket League in the opening sequence, but they've definitely found a foothold now as Saru's just going to take the 50-50. Can Colleen follow up? Not quite, but so much better have West Coast been in the second half of this game. Really, they found 2 quick goals and have just looked for the third, but unable to do so far.
Nice touch out the mid here by Lego. Looks like it's really a possession game at this point for Valor Esports. They seem to have an idea of what they want to do with this one, but at this point, I actually just got word. Okay, so I did misstate earlier, but we're actually in a best-of-3 series here. Makes this all the more important, I think. Within the final minute of gameplay, and Valor Esports Junior are looking to hold on to this 1-goal lead up until regulation expires. Nice back pass here from Kallian over to Kwanzaa. Almost a scoring chance, but a little bit of pinball is going to slow that one down.
Up sledding in the corner there to try and get that play working. You're just trying to rotate the ball in front of the net, and both players were, as you said, pinballing it across to one another. 16 seconds to go. West Coast need to find something here. They're having struggles still getting out of their own half.
Last couple of seconds about to tick off the clock. Kwanzaa, the last hope here. The 50-50 is forced up high, still in the air. This is playable for Kallian. The flick over top of one, trying to set it down, and a nice play there for Trust, putting the game away. And failing making that touch, I really could have seen that turning into a goal against and putting us into overtime. But I've got to say, again, West Coast, Best Coast, a huge change of pace there, as we saw. And I think that, for all intents and purposes, they made an excellent change. And Ryan, what you doing? Right. He's having a little bit of a snack, he is. But in any case, I think that they made some much needed changes there as we got further and further into game 1, and now they are on their last legs for this tournament. This is a single elimination bracket, so if you go down here, you're out of it.
Yeah, and this is the tough part, and especially in a best-of-3, it's just not that many games to go off of. Winning game 1, so instrumental because you give yourself 2 bites of the apple there, Ryan, to get yourself moving forward and into the next one. It's great to be back on the desk with you, good sir. You
Yes, sir. And it was a good first game there for them, but going into this next one again, this is a best-of-3, so you only have one more opportunity here to try and make your way through. It does look like we are about to get running right back into it, so another opportunity here, and they got to make the most of it.
They do. I have faith, though. I personally, as I mentioned before, I feel like they made some great changes there. I feel like they have the opportunity to continue to make some great changes. And one of the biggest things that I noted as well was that they need to have some more support for their 50-50s coming out of the defending half. And I think they definitely started to make that change as we picked up in game number 1. And for their sake, hopefully they can continue to do so here in match number 2.
Here we go. We're going to get it straight underway. It's Kwanzek following up the touch off the kickoff, trying to deliver it back into the middle. He'll touch it back, but nobody home there on the blue side to try and follow up that touch. Instead, SLK with the centered ball. Lego's there for the shot. He just delivers right under the crossbar. And perhaps a similar story to what we saw in game 1. It is Valor off to the hot start.
Yeah, nice angle there for Lego, putting it off the crossbar and in. But I can't help but wonder where exactly the defense was expecting that ball to go. We saw Saru playing at the back post, but opted to try to go out for the challenge in the middle instead of playing for the patient play and going for the shot instead. So I do have a small question mark about that, but now there is a debt owed from West Coast Best Coast to Father Time, and he's not happy.
Killian picking the ball up here through the midfield is just going to take the 50-50, and Lego will casually bounce that one back. Still, it's West Coast trying to make these midfield interceptions work, see if they can get something extra, and something extra indeed from Callian here. He's going to pick that one up off the wall, followed up in the Dominus, and just casually walk that in. Again, great second touch, and a third touch even off the ground there to roll that in. And Squid, I think this is the even matchup that we more expected. These two teams trading goals early.
Yeah, it certainly is, but off the kickoff, SLK has to get in front of that and make a save. Looks a little bit dicey there for a moment, but was able to get in front of the ball. Collian really, though, I think the star of the show up to this point for West Coast. And as I say it, Trust getting one back here. On the other side, Valerie Sports back in the lead.
It's a great initial 50-50 from Trust. He stays behind that ball and is just able to sneak that by the defender, but it's built off of that initial challenge off of Callian's dribble there. It's just clearing the ball all the way out and then staying right behind it to get the goal. It's well played by him.
Just over a minute to play, though. Or sorry, a minute gone, excuse me. That would have been a fast game, but with over just a minute gone, still feels like anybody's game up to this point. Great reception there for Callian, looking for a pass back towards Saru. Does work out, but SLK there for the dunk off the backboard, shot and in. Not able to make the save. There was Kwanzek, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, this is the second time back-to-back here that this Valor squad have punished Callian's touches. You know, he's starting to take it slow and set up teammates, but his passes and his intentions are being read every single time now, and they're just careening the ball back down the other way towards the net and finding the goal for it. So bit of an adjustment necessary perhaps for West Coast. Here we go, SLK again keeping that pressure, but Saru will take the 50-50 in the midfield and finally get it clear.
Unfortunately, nobody there to follow it up. SLK opted to take it slow, though, which allows Kwanzek to push up. But again, no follow-up there from Culligan. This is kind of a similar playstyle to what we saw at the beginning of the last game. And oh my goodness, Saru somehow pushes that one through. It looked like Trust had this one red, but no dice.
Yeah, and this is a tough one here. I think Trust is maybe just a little bit put off by the power of the shot there. Saru held onto his flip so long and just able to elevate in that Fennec, you know, keep the ball up high. And I'm not sure that Trust was anticipating the shot to have that kind of elevation on it still, as we've now seen 5 goals halfway through this game. And a 6th maybe oncoming as SLK. Going to go for the solo play. Gets the flip reset, but no follow-up. Saru in a good spot to get that clear.
Yeah, you can see the patience as well, trying to bait out the usage of that first option with the initial jump. Good connection in the mid. Kwanzek not there for support. Allows SLK to go low now. Collian safely guides it out to the side. They find themselves in a similar situation here to last game. Good force challenge there. Gets it away from Lego. And the steady advance may yet culminate in a shot chance. But no support for Colleen, had the passing opportunity. While the player advancing went out to the side, off the backboard. Now Saru will put this one away. And yet I still have to question the tactics moving downfield here.
Yeah, this is a tremendous setup from Colleen, though, just off the corner. That forces a defender to contest that ball when no contact's made. Saru, the business end of the Fennec there, is never going to miss that one, just careening forward to get that goal. And 3 goals apiece, both teams, and definitely a tight game still. And for West Coast, they need to win this one. There's only 90 seconds in regulation. It's either now or overtime if they hold on. We'll see, but that mistouch may not help. Thankfully, Colleen's there to just ease that one away for a moment.
Oh, now potential pass to the midfield as well. Has Saru, and that one will sail on in. A hat trick now for Saru, and Kallian claiming 2 assists on top. A beautiful vision here in the mid.
Love that soft touch from Colleen again. For Valor, though, you have to be on front of those passes, right? When the challenges were coming early on Colleen just a few minutes ago in this game, they were able to earn some goals off of that and stay in front of his passing. And past 2 sequences of play here have just seen Colleen able to walk it forward and, you know, disperse the ball to his teammates. I think the adjustment for Valor just needs to be getting in front of this man once more. Hey, he's going to have another shot. SLK stands firm on the goal line, though. Colleen coming alive.
Yeah, and again, nothing particularly out of the ordinary for me here. I think the only surprising things that we've had are the spare 1 or 2 goals that went in that maybe shouldn't have. I'm particularly thinking of the one that Saru had off the sidewall earlier on that Trust almost had a chance to save. Outside of that, it's been a fairly textbook game up to this point. For Valor Esports, they need to tie this one up if they want to make this a 2-0 sweep. Not have the chance of falling out of this bracket at all. That touch cross front, though, looks a little bit hairy. Kwanzek, first to make contact, gets the dunk on Trust. It was a light one at that, but Lego finds SLK with the pass back. Colleen able to get it to the backboard, but it's not very safe. So it looks like we move into the blue half for the final couple of seconds of gameplay.
Needs to be now or never for Valor. Here we go. Trust trying to put it into the middle. Kwanzek's there. SLK on the turn. Can get it by 1, not by 2. Kallian meets it with an affirmative clearance. One more touch, puts it on the floor, and ends the game. Our first series on the broadcast this afternoon will be headed to a decisive Game 3.
And it will, and some nice changes here, but I still can't help but feel that in both games 1 and 2 here, there were some distinct defensive mistakes that kind of caused one team or the other to sustain this loss. And Ryan, I want to hear what you have to say about that personally, because it was a great change of pace here for West Coast, Best Coast in the context of these 2 games. But outside of that, I feel like there's some work that needs to be done for Valor Esports. You're muted. You're muted on Discord, Ryan.
Yes, y'all can't hear me there in Discord. But, you know, the biggest thing is whenever you see these teams, especially in best of 3s, it's always tough because most of the time when I see game 2 go the other way, that team ends up taking it in the end. But I mean, the biggest thing is they had a pretty decent amount of time where they were leading there on the Valor side, and you can't be giving up those leads. You've got to try and hold on to them, take them for as long as you can. And I mean, they ended up forfeiting 2 goals with no response, and that's definitely not the way you want to be going. So I'm hoping they have a good response as they go into this one. It doesn't feel like they played that bad, so I don't think they're out of this one yet. But momentum, I would say, is definitely shifting over to West Coast, Best Coast.
Right. Yeah, and I agree with that, Ryan. And, you know, Squid mentioned the point earlier where, you know, just not letting the easy ones go through, right? You know, it's pretty clean, pretty textbook game from Valor, but it's just, you know, 1 or 2 little mistakes, and that's all it takes to concede the game here. So should be a very exciting Game 3. You know, 2 1-goal games so far, and if the pattern continues, we may just get some pretty hype moments at the end here. So I'm excited. I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir. So here it is, game number 3. Guys, take it away.
All right. Well, wouldn't have it any other way, would we? Game 3 for the first series on broadcast. Why not? And Saru the star of the story here on the last one. Had a hat trick, 3 of 4 goals to their name. Trust not able to make the read off the backboard, and first strike goes to Kallian.
What did we say about the mistakes too? Again, just not able to get the touch on the backboard. I think Trust actually may have been bumped there, so a tough one to handle, but still just an immediate goal for West Coast, and the momentum so much in their favor heading into game 3. They capitalize on it, find the opening goal. Nice early sequence, but SLK is going to make a backboard read of his own. He says, no problem, we are not going to go quietly into the night. Strikes the ball just under the defender. 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, difficult save to make in every regard. If you are Saru in that situation, all you can really do is hope that you can somehow block that backboard read. And SLK already going after it again, trying to get this dunk on Colleen. Down into mid, Trust is up off the backboard, and no opportunity for a second touch this time around. I think the real question here is not necessarily who was going to get the first goal. That's already been decided and tied up subsequently. But who's going to have a majority possession here? Because I feel that we've seen it go both ways so far. Nice tap out here to SLK, and there will be a punish. 2-1 now.
Yeah, a bit of bunching up here on the defense. Kwanzaa gets this first touch, and nobody's really able to get a response to the ball there in a dangerous area in front of the net. SLK punishing so early in this game. Already has both goals for his side and hungry for more. We're not even a minute in, and this man's chasing a hat trick already. So if he can find that, his team will certainly be in a great position to win. His touch will not be on target there, though.
It really does feel like, for these teams at least up to this point, there is one standout player who has defined every game. Honestly, I want to say that it's Kallian. Saru does have the hat trick from the last match, well, with 2 assists from Kallian and a goal as well. It really feels like that player is the leader of the blue side right now for me personally. And looking for a double tap here. Might have the angle. It's on target, but Trust is there on the goal line, safely guides it away, denying the tying goal.
Great patience from Trust there to recognize the double touch opportunity and make a touch, and Lego getting up to make another difficult touch there. It's been a great sequence of pressure from West Coast, but just no goal to show for it. So, oh wait, oh goodness, I thought that was just about to go in. A little bit of awkwardness on the defensive side, and all of a sudden SLK is just gonna pop this one up, deliver the pass, and Lego finds the goal. How quickly the tables turn. West Coast had a tremendous sequence of pressure, but one mistake on defense, and Valor will commit and convert.
And Kwanzaa, I gotta say, not a fan of that play out of the corner. Not able to get the demo, which was unfortunate, but not able to force SLK to use one of their options either, which is the last thing you want to do. Now an open net here in the back. The Demolition going to put it away. 4-1 now in favor of Valor Esports.
SLK finding the hat trick on this shot here, just tremendously executed, recognizing that the net was open for a window of time and smashing the ball right through the glass there on that one. Just finding a great third goal, and goodness, Valor have all of a sudden just taking control of this game. You know, the first minute and a half or so were really inconclusive, but now they have a firm grasp on the game. Can they see it out as we approach halftime here? That'll be the question if they want to move on.
Yeah, still half the game to be played, so there is a lot of time. And oh, you can't afford to miss those. Kallian putting a dent in the crossbar just after the half. Looking for the double tap now. SLK has the read. Not going to let that one go unanswered. A smart play at that. A forced double commit here on the side, though, might complicate things. West Coast. I love this aggression starting up this offense. Calling with an option in the mid. Goes for the backboard pass instead. Shot not quite there. Kwanzaa can't put it on frame. And things looking a little bit difficult here for West Coast. I mean, regardless of the offense that they've had for Reno, it still feels like the defense is there just a little bit more often than not, but not this time. Saru finds a gap off the fake play in front.
And that was exactly what West Coast needed there, just trying to do something different. Quantic, unable or unwilling to make contact either way, just forces the entire defense to hesitate, and they're all grouped up in the corner too. So once that ball just trickles across, it's wide open for that shot. And there's the opening for West Coast, and maybe another one here off the kickoff. Nobody able to get back to a touch, and Lego and SLK just bunched up on the goal line. They'll be thankful that West Coast did not score there.
Yeah, if I was him, I would certainly be Kwanzaa almost with an opportunity. Saru also wanted it up towards the upper 90. That one won't convert. Alian still going after there, though. Pass into the mid. Kwanzaa is there, met by Lego off the back wall. Slight double commit in the corner, though, could complicate things here. The bounce up, Kallian tracking it down. Potential for a double tap. Goes for the flip reset instead. Down in the mid. Almost the dunk, but not there. Had a wonderful opportunity. Either could have passed it, gone for a double tap. So many different options, but unable to make use of any of them.
Yeah, but still the offensive pressure has been really good for West Coast. They just need to get the one goal, right? That's all it takes, is just bring yourself back to within one here. See if you can try and set something up at the end of the game, but the defense has held on for a moment, but not long enough. There's your goal. Saru will earn it for West Coast as he just takes a challenge or two and rockets it into the corner. SLK, no chance.
That's okay. I'm going to give you a little bit of a slap on the wrist. For somebody who's got that Supersonic Legend title, you should know better than anybody that it's best to stay parallel to the goal line when you're in the net, especially with a risky 50-50 like that coming at you. Now in the final 30 seconds of gameplay, they're going to have to try and close this out with a 1-goal lead, but a giveaway here from Lego certainly is not going to help. Up to Kallian, intercepted by SLK. Saru wisely playing towards the backfield, able to get that one out to the side. Still looked a little bit sketchy. We come into the final 10 seconds of gameplay here with a high-velocity West Coast team bearing down on the offense.
Here we go. Kwanzaa trying to keep that one away. Oh, SLK had a shot there, but couldn't put it on target. The demolition will be good, though, and that'll end it. 3 straight 1-goal games, back and forth the entire way. But in the end, it is Valor on the orange side who will walk away with the series victory here. And oh my goodness, that came down just to the very end. We thought it might, if history had continued to repeat itself, all these 1-goal games, but Valor just holding on there at the end.
Yeah, Valor just coming through there at the end. Again, they let a couple through that you really don't want to see them letting through, but they did manage to hold their own there in the end. And, Squid, looking at Valor as they're moving into this next round, what is some pieces of advice you have for them?
Well, personally, I feel like holding up on the defense, it seemed to go fairly well for them, but I have to say, there were times when I looked at the rotation and I simply did not have as much faith as somebody might have had in that rotation. So, especially coming up against mediocre at best, consisting of Ween, Els, and Brandon. And it's a pretty powerful squad, and I've got to say, it doesn't really feel like it's going to be a strong enough defense for me, and especially relying on SLK to make some solo plays downfield. Things are going to be challenging. So try to have a little bit more support with each other and trust each other in rotation. Hopefully, you might be able to put up a fight here.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be the big thing is finding those rotations, making sure that you guys always have someone kind of covering that back area, fending away any dangers that come your way. Perino, we are going to have to bid farewell to West Coast, Best Coast here with that loss. What advice do you have for them as they exit today and, going into their next tournaments? What would you say to them?
Well, they're obviously a great team. They put on a really strong showing for us. I think for me, if I were to give one piece of advice, again, putting me on the spot here, Ryan, but I think sometimes they struggled with going for telegraphed plays in the sense that a lot of times I think it was Callian who was setting up the plays, going for the dribbles in the past, but really Valor did a great job of punishing, and intercepting those plays. I think for me, trying to add a little bit more dynamicism to the offense. Now that's a word. Adding, a little more dynamic gameplay and just trying to offer multiple options on offense. So, the the play can be not as telegraphed to the opposition. I think that would be my piece of advice. That's not an easy thing to do either, for the record.
Yeah.
It really takes a lot of time and work together as a team to build that kind of chemistry.
Yeah, it definitely is going to take some time, but if you're willing to put in the hours and grind it out, I think they definitely can rise to kind of what you're saying. And as we talk about trying to say words here on the broadcast, we have Perino sounding like a dictionary as he gives his golden nugget right there. But guys, that is going to do it for round one. When we come back, we are going to have Oakland University versus UNC Charlotte, Team B. Before we go, though, I do have to let you guys know, be sure to head on over to Twitter and follow us at Esports CCP. You can get up to date about a lot of cool information because this is, again, esports, careers, and college. So you definitely can kind of find your way to make it into that path. But now a word from our sponsor, Corsair.
Now I know it's over. I see you passing by, hand in hand, with your perfect light. My body goes numb, feels like someone cut out my tongue. I didn't know my heart could die this young. Oh, now when I look in your eyes, I feel paralyzed. Forever.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to Esports CC Imaginology Rocket League Tournament. This is brought to you by Corsair. I'm Ryan, and joining me again, we have Perino and Squid. Guys, we just saw a great matchup there between Valor Esports and West Coast, Best Coast. That one going the distance, all 3 games. We have another best of 3 coming now, and it is going to be Oakland University versus UNC Charlotte Team B. Now, Squid, we have seen UNC Charlotte, the A squad. We've seen them several times in CRL and everything like that. How do you feel the B team is going to stack up here?
Well, it's an interesting question. I don't think we've really seen UNCCB make very many waves here. I know that their A team, of course, in CRL has had their ups and downs as far as that is concerned. But when it comes to having a secondary squad, there are only a couple of schools that really stand out in our minds for that. And I believe the number one is probably UCF. I mean, how often is that? We have the UCF green, we have UCF black, and nobody ever knows which one is supposed to be the A team, it seems like. So they are the one notable exception, but as far as B teams go, especially with UNCC here, relatively quiet in the CRL scene. So not much data to go off of here.
Yeah, and we've had some B teams that make a whole lot of noise. However, we do have some that are a little bit more on the quiet side. And UNC Charlotte B team, they are coming in as the 6th seed here today. But Perino, we have Oakland University coming in as the 3rd seed. And we were talking about the seeding and stuff earlier today with the TOs, and this is one of the teams that has some supersonic legend ranked players on it. How do you think that is going to bode for them going into this one?
Well, it should instill a lot of confidence, obviously, especially when you have a committed main roster here with Oakland. And, it's difficult in the collegiate space to find a group of players that all play at a high level within the same university. I remember back in my prime when I was first getting a team together. It's hard. It's really hard to find, a really strong core group of players. I think for Oakland, if you have multiple supersonic legends on the team, that's a great sign. There's a reason why they're the number 3 seed in this tournament. I expect them to do well here.
Yeah, definitely a reason for confidence there for Oakland. But I believe we have the players in the lobby. Can you guys see them in the lobby there?
Yes, we
Yes,
do have.
they are
All
there.
right. So they are there. They are ready to go. So, guys, take us into the matchup. It's going to be Oakland University versus UNC Charlotte Team B.
Okay, all right. Well, let's get into this one. As we said before, not much that we can attribute to many of the B teams in the CRL scene, but who knows? We might be in for a surprise here. But Oakland coming into this one, I can say from personal experience, these players do go, as they say, hard in the paint. Well, we will have to see how exactly this pans out here. Raz, definitely the player to watch for me, though.
Well, we'll see if UNCCB here can come up with a show for us and getting it underway now. It's going to be Bio looking for the pass into the middle, but nobody home. Big man on another interception. And a battle of possession being traded in the midfield. Nobody really able to get a firm grasp of the ball just yet as that one's turned towards net, but Mega comes out and makes a big save.
A slight drive downfield as well, but no connections made. Raz trying to do it all by himself, almost the double tap. Emil off the back now. That should be an open net for Mega as well. And some quality follow-ups here for Oakland. Put them on top first.
This is such a tough situation for Bio T. You have Raz there above the backboard. You think, okay, he's going to get the double touch. I got to be in the corner. And then, wait, no, he doesn't make contact. And, oh, there's another player following up. You get the 50-50, and the third one scores anyway. So that's a tough one for Bio. And hopefully it doesn't shake his confidence too much, because it's never a good feeling when you're the last man and the goal goes in. But not too much you can do there, I'm afraid.
Indeed, you are right. An unfortunate double commit here will actually leave Mega a lot of space and time to work with driving downfield. Not going to be enough, however. Big man not quite convinced. Looking for the pass in the mid, has Bio as the option, but the wingman unable to make contact with that ball, will be sent away. So far for UNCC, struggling to put a single shot on the board. That right there will be the third one for Oakland, conversely. They have had a significant portion of the control in this game. Double commit here, though. Might leave Big Man with a potential for a shot, but it will be a safe 50-50. Gets that way over the midfield line.
Yeah, Big Man maybe a little bit greedy there. Elected to go for the mid boost instead of directly pursuing the ball. Obviously, he'll want the boost in the tank to find a shot. As he went for that one there, and I can't believe that was saved by ML. It looked like it was good. And still the 50-50 does not quite go. Finally, Bio for UNCCB is going to find the equalizer after a series of tough 50-50s.
Yeah, I'm surprised that one didn't go in as well. And then, of course, on that follow-up challenge that kept it on the goal line, Roz forced to make the save, could not get it away from Biohaver. That caught me by surprise just a little bit. They'll have the opportunity to take the lead back off the backboard here over to Mega. But no power on the shot. The accuracy was just a little bit too wayward. That one will escape them for now. As we approach halftime, UNCCB putting in quite a bit of fight. Double tap here. Mega out in front. Wolf mimics the save. Roz is there for the cleanup, though. Janitorial duties will net him goal number 2.
Seems to be the story of this game, Squid. We're seeing some phenomenal saves come out, but it's just never quite enough. Both teams doing a great job of following up on the goal line, taking the open shots where they're being found. And goodness, that is such a tough situation to be in. Again, you ride that challenge and that save all the way across the post, and it bounces straight back out to another attacking player. And it seems as though all of these goals have been that way. Just really tough sledding for the defenses right now.
We are almost a little bit over halfway done here in our first match of this series, but it still doesn't feel like we have a particularly dominant force here. I'm surprised by the potential here for UNCCB. Again, as I said, we don't really have much data on them as casters for CRL, mostly because they haven't been making much of a splash, but they're keeping Oakland to something of a lackluster lead here. And I should mention as well, not playing with Jake Hughes today, who is one of the primary players on their roster. In tandem with Roz, they are quite the formidable force. They're holding their own here at the very least. Nice 50-50 there from Mega. No follow-up touch from ML. Looks a bit complicated, but Roz is there.
Great transition work there by Oakland to get that ball out after they're sustaining a bit of pressure. And I agree with you, Squid. I'm pleasantly surprised by this UNCCB team to really take it to Oakland here. You know, Oakland's obviously a very strong team, very established in the scene, and even though missing a player, still having to deal with Roz and friends, never truly going to be a fun time. But these guys are handling it okay. They're within a goal and looking for that equalizer with 60 seconds to play. So we'll have to see if they can get it.
We will. I think for Oakland at this point, they are perfectly happy just to take this 1-goal lead and take it to the bank for a Game 1 win. Based on how their defense has been looking, I think that they'll most likely be able to do that. They've got 3 saves in comparison to the 4 shots that have been levied against them here in Game 1. Winning out this in a 2-0 would certainly be a useful tool. They'll move on to the semifinals where we begin best of 5 territory. Some great control here for ML is going to take a lot of seconds off the clock. The 30-second buzzer going off just moments ago. Roz, no contact made here in the mid. Potential for some insurance there, but still forces Bio to give away control to ML once again. Final 10 seconds going down now. And North Carolina Charlotte needs to come up with something at this moment. They'll never have a second chance here. Just stay in the sky. ML with initial touch. Bio towards the mid. That's actually on target, but Roz, they already sent it away. They'll have to reapproach.
Good job keeping it in the air so far, but that's a big touch away, and ML is going to score it the other way. That'll do it for Game 1 here. A valiant effort from North Carolina Charlotte B, but not quite enough, and ML will deliver the last touch and a last goal here for Oakland. And again, very even game split, coming down to 0 seconds, UNCCB keeping it alive, trying to find that last goal. And, they're definitely showing what they're capable of doing, but only a best of 3 and one game will give you match point. It's tough from here.
That it is. I feel like if there's one little bit of solace here, though, for UNCC, it's the fact that Oakland, despite their already established nature here in the scene, they were not able to put up nearly as much offense as I would have anticipated from their primary roster. So you're already making something of an improvement. But the one goal that you had go for you was a little bit of an outlier. I would argue that it was a slight oversight by Roz trying to get that ball out with a little bit too much haste. It didn't quite anticipate what the whole situation was going to be. So coming into this next game, I still lack confidence in UNCC. And I have some relative confidence in Oakland on the other side, personally.
Well, I'm just gonna have to take the contrarian point of view there, Squid. And I have confidence in this UNCCB team to get a big win here in this next game. These guys again, I think did a really good job of slowing the game down. They definitely, brought the pace to their level, and they really challenged Oakland to hold on at the very end. I think all it's going to take is just a couple more bounces to go their way, a couple of extra 50-50s to swing their side, and they might be able to pull one out here, so we'll see.
And we shall find out here. Only one team can move on here. Oh, no. The accidental redirect into their own net. Wolfman making the initial touch, but Raz trying to make this contest. Oh, no. I don't know what to say about that one, Perino.
Hey, I said they needed a couple of bounces and 50-50s to go their way. Okay, well, there you go. You got one to start out this game, so...
You're not wrong.
Oh, it's a great save there from Bio, too, off the kickoff. Oakland looking threatening still. It's Raz out of the corner, and another tremendous save from Bio. He's putting the team on his back at the moment. I can't believe he kept that out backwards, trying to keep Raz off the inside of the post, and just makes contact. That's a great save.
Yeah, it's a good vision as well. You can tell the game sense. Definitely doing wonders here for Bio. Earned the one goal for UNCC last game, and I would argue Solo kept that goal out there. Of course, might have gotten a call from a teammate, but calls can only do so much in a game like Rocket League. Great 50-50 here, though, from Mega. Does pick up the side boost, but the pathing means there was no safe challenge here against Big Man. Instantly sent back, double commit on the back end. Bio for the shot, but ML recovers in time to guarantee that one does not cross the goal line into the orange cage. Things looking just a little bit dicey here for Oakland, but they're starting to get out onto the offense now. Shot chance for Mega, goes high and wide.
A wonderful transition play from Bio. He's been on fire in this game too. And immediately UNCCB, I love the way that they're transitioning out and just finding each other downfield, putting tons of pressure on Oakland's net. Raz with another save there, just had to defend that look. These guys are playing at a much higher pace now, and they're definitely pushing this Oakland roster that's on the field to their limit.
I can't help but wonder how much of that is the confidence of having this one goal lead. No matter how minute, how minuscule, still does give you a little bit of breathing room, I'll admit. Pass down the other way, intercepted. That's going to be a shot on target and sails on in. Bio, no contest here in the midfield. Great interception.
And there was a little bit of a tough challenge there. ML was just lurking a bit too close to the play there, I think. Wasn't really in a good spot to either help on offense or keep the ball out on defense. And the shot from midfield, so deadly, just under the crossbar. UNCCB coming alive here. Can Wolfman find a teammate down low? No, the demolition will prevent that, but Big Man responds in kind, so a trade of violence in the midfield, and we continue on.
Oh, I was just about to say, Oakland searching for their response. That pinch certainly not going to help, and a nice save there by Raz. Will at least keep a third out of the net. They're going to need something of a response here. Pass up towards Mega. Bio once again there to cut that one off. Pass back down into the mid towards Raz, and on target They reduce the deficit to 1.
And there you go. That's the big play that you needed. What a touch from ML there out of the corner. Finds Roz perfectly right in front of the net. Great connection between those two to find the goal there. And for UNCCB, can they continue to hold on? There's still so much time in this game. 2 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lifetime in Rocket League. And be interesting to see if UNCC elects to continue with the pressure that they've been able to find, or if they decide to turtle up a bit and hold out on defense.
And that fake might not necessarily have been the best play there. Left it for Raz. Now Mega. Potentially looking for a pass there in the mid. You can see Big Man instantly close the gap, picked up a demo as well. Wolfman has to make contact and is able to do exactly that. Still, though, some dangerous opportunities there for Oakland, given that space of time. The double commit now coming out of the defensive half. Raz does not take the time to look for a demolition. It looks as though they're trying to establish their offensive rotation more so than look for a spare opportunity to score here and there. Which is a play call that I personally do respect, as with only 75 seconds on the clock, it might not necessarily be your most profitable move to try and look for spare opportunities, but you have to have somebody in the back to try and defend your net. Bio easily finds a gap here, and Mega cutting across the mid had never had a chance.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if our broadcast picked it up, but there was a little bit of collision actually on the rotation out there between Mega and ML. ML just getting caught up slightly in that midfield area. He was working his way back, but just got entangled with his own teammate. Never going to be able to make it in time after that. And there we go, UNCCB. They maybe caught a couple of breaks here, but regardless, they'll be very, very happy with the 2-goal lead. 45 seconds or so on the clock, and Bio needs to make another touch there, but nobody makes contact. Wolfman and Big Man committing to make the save, and it's big clearances, Squid. This is how UNC Charlotte B, they're going to want to hold on as long as they can and just get the ball away from their net.
Get a couple of big drop chances there for Oakland as well. I personally lament the inability to put those shots on target, as now they're most likely going to be out of time. They have to score with time left and then hope for a face-off goal. Ron's tries to go low, but there was simply never an angle that Wolfman didn't see coming. Last second will expire. It's wasted time as that one pops farther and farther into the air, and the last shot will go to the side. We're going to game 3.
Second time in the broadcast here that we go to a final game, and maybe perhaps a little bit unexpected given the pedigree of Oakland here and the way that they played in game 1. But I love the answer from, this UNC Charlotte B squad. They found a goal early. They get that awkward challenge out of the corner, just goes into the net, and they never really let go from there. They found some confidence to move up the field and really take the game to Oakland. So now headed into game 3, I really thinking there's a coin flip to be had here. Both these teams we know can score, and I think it'll just come down to a lot of that pressure and physical play. Who can really open up the defenses.
Yeah, it is a good question. We've seen physical play limitedly implemented here onto the rotation, primarily on defense for UNCCB, trying to free up some space on the blue half. But it's not impossible to predict that we could see something to that effect utilized as an offensive strategy as well. I think one of the biggest things, though, for me is Oakland. They tried to establish their offensive play for quite a while there, but leaving their back end open on more than one occasion caused a goal against. So that is the number one thing I have to say. Play a deeper third man. I really want you guys to try and impress me, to wow me on this one. They are definitely my favorites coming into this game 3, but if you keep dropping silly mistakes, then I can't see you winning.
Well, a favorite can only mean so much in confidence. So ultimately, we've decided on the field here is we're going to get this one underway, and straight off the bat, UNC Charlotte B had a decent looking chance there. Required a tough save on the part of Oakland, and Roz will get a great second touch there. Work his team through the transition, but another good save from Bio, and already very open play here, Squid, in this opening sequence here. Just both teams really going after it.
Ooh, yeah, remember how I cited the physical play as a significant factor in a potential offense for this game? Well, it seems Big Man knew exactly what I was talking about. I believe there was a disconnect there for ML in some capacity. Clearly not moving here in the corner, and yep, I think that we can confirm there was a disconnect there, which is most unfortunate. We're going to have to see how exactly we want to play with this on the back end here. I personally don't know what the rules are for that one, but I believe there was a call for a reset on both sides. As the disconnect did happen before the goal was scored, I think that would probably be best to just reset from that 5 minutes. We'll get official word on this shortly.
Yeah, and I think the reset's a good call there. It's very much within the opening sequence of the game. Nobody had scored yet, and you have this big breakaway chance. It's really only set up by the DC. So I think I am happy that both teams are willing to go for the reset. I think that's the right call.
Right, so we will be moving to the admin team to see what we call on that one, but I believe as long as all parties are involved, as far as I'm concerned, that feels like that would be the play calls, just to have the reset. But we're trying to get this one sorted out in the background as we speak. But this is kind of why we love the Rocket League community, right? Is because of this kind of sportsmanship. They could have just tried to say, "Oh, well, you didn't call for a reset before, so we're just going to try and take this one to the bank and put in, goal number one, just try to take the win for free." That's not really how we roll here, especially not in a community, even subdivision of the community, I should add, of CRL here with UNCC and Oakland both being school teams.
Yeah, I like that. There's a lot of respect being shown by both sides there, and nobody wants to win for free. When you have something like that, and player disconnects, it's not really an earned victory at that point. It's not a great feeling for either side, and I'm sure once we get the lobby reset here in just a moment, these guys will be able to bring us back to some, again, great gameplay. So I'm
Yeah, and so while we kind of wait for the lobby to get remade and everything, why don't we talk about how both teams are running thus far? Again, this is a best of three, and this is the final one. Again, it's good sportsmanship when you see everybody on the pitch is like, that's not the way we want to win. We want to win this fair and square. Again, it's one of the reasons that the Rocket League community is so awesome to work with. But Squid, looking at Oakland University here, how are you feeling for them after that game two?
Well, honestly, I mean, even with the opening minute of this game, which we saw limitedly, I felt somewhat confident, but at the same time, it felt like UNCC felt even more so, right? So I felt like Oakland moving into this one could have had the chance to make a run back, but simultaneously UNCC looked like they had more and more momentum coming off of that game to win. So for Oakland, I think that the number one thing that they need to change is starting to try and understand what UNCC's game plan is going to be, because they are going to execute on it with relative consistency, I think. Up until this point, we've seen that anytime they get a transition opportunity downfield, they always capitalize. So you can count on them to make the optimal play in just about every situation, which can actually be quite the boon.
Yeah, and I mean exactly it. You got to be looking for those opportunities as they arise for you. But looking at UNCC here, Perino, they did a pretty good job there. They managed to take game they managed to take game two, correct? Am I not crazy on this?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
They managed to take game number two there. And we talked about how Oakland University could have walked away probably with a sweep on this one, but they kind of left that door open there for UNCC. What do you think they need to do to make sure that they take full advantage of that opportunity presented to them?
I think it's stick with the game plan for UNC Charlotte B here, Ryan. Just continue to press the challenges, play at a high rate of speed and force the mistakes out of Oakland where you can find them. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think they've done a great job thus far of, really staying on top of Oakland, not giving them too much space to, work the ball through the entirety of the offense. They're keeping them pinned down at times. I think if they can continue to do that and, just get the bounces to go your way, it's sometimes just all it takes. And they stick with those principles, I think they can find a victory in game 3.
Yeah, sometimes a challenge and a little bit of prayer will get you a long way in Rocket League. So again, they definitely have put themselves in a good position. Again, forcing game number 3, and this is one of the cool things about best of 3 series is that you can get upsets like this, despite one team being better when it comes to ranks and stuff. Anybody can take at least 2 games, and with best of 3s, you set yourself up really nicely for that. So it's definitely going to be a really close one here. We are getting the lobby set up again as we get all the players loaded right back into it. But so far so good. Things are moving along pretty well. Yep, we have everybody here. So guys, take it away. We're going to go into game number 3. Fresh lobby, fresh reset, fresh 5 minutes on the clock. This is Oakland versus UNC game 3.
All right. Well, after that short delay, everybody back in the server, and once again, the full reset, the sportsmanship play here for UNCCB. ML back in the game and ready to compete, and we'll just have to see how things pan out here, Perino. We had some question marks coming into game 3 at the beginning of regulation last time. It looks like we're just going to have to reset here. Roz almost with an immediate shot there. Bio with a great touch, though, to keep it away from Mega.
And Bio has been that MVP on the defense here for Charlotte B. My goodness. This guy just has every read on every ball that heads toward his own net. He's been instrumental in keeping Oakland off the scoreboard, both in the previous game and in this one so far. So look to him to continue to make those impressive stops. Goodness.
Yeah, you almost argue that he is something of a utility player in some regards, but I don't really think that there's anything you could say is true utility in Rocket League. Almost with a flick over the last player, but it wasn't quite on target. No double tap follow-up either. I believe Raw no boost in the tank. At least able to force a 50-50. Big man with a demo and the challenge, but unable to find victory. Already the first minute come and gone. Much different pace of play here than what we saw in the first minute of our pseudo game 3 that we had earlier before the reset.
And you have to wonder how the reset affects both teams. Obviously it sort of throws off the rhythm of the best of 3, and just wonder how both teams respond to it. It appears that Oakland have done a good job coming out of the reset of, still firing their offense and coming out hot, but I wonder how it affects the mentality. No way to know.
Well, there really isn't. Unless we want to go into their player comms during the match, which that would be a task and a half. So let's not even bother thinking about that anymore. But as we continue underway here, it has been quite the game of ping pong, with both teams going back and forth, out into and out of the attacking half for each side respectively. Bio, no boost in the tank here. Unable to play it past Mega. Wolfman trying to put in a word edgeways. Unsuccessfully. This time, however, a little bit more success, but it'll still be an easy save for ML. Maybe even the follow-up shot will at least drive it to the back wall. But again, we continue play. No goals scored and nothing severely threatening on target.
No, I think both teams have sort of turtled up a little bit here in the final game of the series. You might expect, nobody really wants to make the mistake that cost your team the series. And that 50-50 is going to open it up, though. It's Wolfman there who fires it in. But it was Big Man. Look at the recovery that he gets off the ceiling. Goes through 2 defenders up there, and Roz has no chance at that.
I think Roz might have actually been a little bit better off just waiting for that to bounce off the backboard and trying to track it down for the grounded shot. But of course, when you're in a spot like that, you can never understand exactly what the opponent is going to go for. You just have to assume the worst case scenario. Sometimes that almost trickles on in. But either way, for Oakland, now they find themselves at the deficit with their lives on the line for this tournament. And a great 50-50 win there for Roz, but not nearly enough power nor the accuracy to find the back of the net.
And again, it's just been tough sledding for Oakland here. They haven't really found the connection on offense between all 3 players. They're just, Biles made a couple of good saves in fairness, but, for the later stages of this game 3, it's just been under duress and stress for Oakland as ML's going to get the clearance aside here and maybe set something up. He goes for the shot on his own, but who else? Bio. making the touch on the goal line keeps them out.
Now, you mentioned clearly the MVP. I cannot help but agree. There's simply no substitute for Bio, and Bio, speaking of which, the only player there to make this touch out to the side. Roz is there to field it, however, and Oakland trying to gain more and more ground here towards the mid. Mega up first, beats out Bio off the backboard. ML there, but denied by 2 players. Bio, once again in the zone. Roz opts for the backboard. A good play call. But the follow-up not quite ready just yet. ML easily denied by Bio once again. And what could very well have been a high-velocity play for Oakland turns into almost nothing, just scraps of what could have been a good play. And now again on the other side, this was the one thing I told them they could not allow to happen. And here it is.
Bio on a completely open net there. I was watching his perspective for the past 30 seconds or so. Squid, his awareness and positioning is just uncanny. He just always seems to have a read on the play, and he makes it look so easy through his point of view. And that goal there is certainly one of the easier that he'll score. It just, punishes the mistake. 2 players upfield in the corner for Oakland, and just grab the mid boost and turn the ball into the back of the net. Again, as easy as you like, and he'll get that one as well. Credit to him. 2 goals, 2 saves. Feels like more in this game, but Bio has decidedly put the stamp on it here.
Yeah, and I can't help but say that I'm underimpressed with the performance here for Oakland. I mean, they seemed powerful enough as far as offense went. They had some good ideas, maybe lacking on the execution, but still, it felt like there was some culmination yet to be had up until the point where Mega finds himself much too far upfield as the 3rd player in the rotation and compromises his entire team. Shoddy for ML, that's just the icing on the cake at this point for that one to not go in. The final couple of seconds will tick off the clock here, and UNCCB will advance into the semifinals. Mizzou Black awaits them in their next round for a best of 5. They almost get one for the road, but at this point, it's minor details.
Yeah, what a performance there from UNC Charlotte B at the end of this series. They just took control of the game. It's really, really all it was. Credit to Bio, of course. We can't seem to sing his praises enough here for finding key saves, good clearances, and great goal scoring opportunities as well. So that man certainly had a read on the game and put his team in a position now to go through in the semifinal round of this tournament. So they're looking good, Charlotte B. Got to give them credit where it's due. They certainly played their A game.
Yeah, and Bio definitely stepping up in a big way, like you were saying there, Perino. Huge props to UNCC managing to take down Oakland, the number 3 seed coming into this. That was the number 6 seed upsetting the number 3 seed. This is so far the biggest upset I believe we have seen, actually. And actually maybe, yeah, this is actually our second upset of the whole night. Our first upset was just the West Coast versus Valor, but there was only a 1 seed difference there. So this is a big upset here. Good job on UNCC. And, Squid, as we look at them, how do you think they need to approach this next matchup against Mizzou Black?
Oh boy, that is a difficult question, but I think that first and foremost, having Bio to lead the way is going to be a huge boon for them. But I think rallying behind Bio, I think is going to be great, and that's fantastic. But at the end of the day, you can't count on him to do everything. I think that's kind of something that I would say for almost every team, save the pro level. And even then, it's still a little bit dicey because you need players like First Killer to pop off on a day, and against a full team of NRG, even things don't necessarily go great, as we just saw earlier today. Actually, Rogue losing out to NRG, which disappoints me greatly. But hey, things happen. But coming up against
Drawing the real life tangents. I like it.
the real life tangent. You know me, big Rogue fan. But I mean, coming up here, they got Lachiki, Homeless Baby, and Whale. Those are 3 names that you have to give respect to. Mizzou Black is being only second to a Mizzou roster that has been a formidable foe in CRL. We've seen Mizzou Black as well, a formidable foe in many facets as well. So coming up here, I think that UNCC rally behind Bio, but at the same time, you can't count on free nets like we saw Oakland give away here, and you can't count on one player to do the whole job. You gotta be a team.
Yeah, Things only get more difficult here, guys. We still have 3 incredible series of Rocket League waiting for you. Our next matchup when we come back from this break is going to be mediocre at best versus Towson University. You do not want to miss it. It's number 1 versus the number 4th seed. Then following that, we will have Mizzou Black versus UNCC. Guys, stick around. We have much more Rocket League. And now a word from our sponsor, Corsair. Hello, guys, and welcome back to Esports CCP Imaginology Rocket League Tournament. I'm your host, Ryan, and joining me once again is Perino and Squid. Guys, we just saw Oakland University fall to UNCC there in that last matchup. Now we have Mediocre at Best versus Towson University. And, these are two teams that we don't really know too much about. But Squid, you actually have a little bit of insider knowledge about this Mediocre at Best squad, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, well, even on top of that, I know a little bit about Towson as well, who participated in the UGC Battle Academy. So, shocker, out of left field, team knowledge. No one saw that one coming. But yes, no, the team here, known as Mediocre at Best, actually fields two players from the Premier League MLE Tyrants, which is completely out there. For anybody who's not familiar with that, this means nothing to you. But these are some relatively experienced players. They have played with each other in the past, and they are strong in their own right. But Towson, simultaneously, is a team that came a little bit out of nowhere as far as CRL is concerned. As I mentioned, competing in the UGC Battle Academy, and shockingly enough, making some decent-sized waves.
Yeah, and looking at this matchup, it's going to be very interesting. Again, the number 1 versus the number 4 seed here. Perino, what advice do you have for Towson? They're going in. They are punching up essentially to try and see if they can take down Mediocre at Best.
Don't think about it too much. Just play your game, have fun. You've gotten to the semifinal now of this tournament. We're switching to a best of 5, so just sit back and just play your game. That's all you really can do in this spot. If you play to the best of your ability, you're going to give yourself a fighting chance.
Yeah, and that is the big takeaway. This is now a best of 5 series. You do have a little bit more time to kind of sort things out here against your opponent, but we do have players in the lobby. They are ready to go. So let's just jump right on in, guys. It is going to be Mediocre at Best versus Towson University, and this is game number 1.
All right, let's get right into it here. I was kind of chatting up the players there in the meantime. Ween was giving me a hard time, but let's get into the game. And hopefully, his trash talk will give him some karma here. But Doder, Guac, and Strennan representing Towson University here, and Mediocre at Best in the orange with Ween, Els, and Brandon. Els right off the bat with a high flying goal to the upper 90.
And a great start to things right here. Els sees that opening, and Guac he had a moment there to try and get up for a challenge. However, a little bit too slow. Els gonna capitalize on that beautifully to get them the 1-goal lead.
Only 7 seconds in as well. That is going to be quite the start. We should note, again, this is best of 5. So if you drop that first game, no worries. Still got one more life left before you are eliminated from bracket play here. We've only just started, so seeing that first goal, can't say much about it. Els shockingly using the lawnmower boost. I'm not sure how I feel about that one personally. I don't think I've seen anybody legitimately use that since Season 1.
Hey, I gotta agree with you. There's some boosts in game. There's just some cosmetics that you're kind of like, that's what you're going with here? All right. Hey, if they win, I don't think we can make too much fun of them, though.
I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit of a throwback for me personally. So,
yeah, it really isn't a boost you see too often.
I don't know. It almost brings a tear to the eye, in all honesty.
Bit of Rocket League nostalgia for you.
Yes, sir.
Great challenge as Ween's going to go in on that one. Brandon dishing it out to the side. Ween seeing if he can get a pass out to the mid. Brandon takes the shot. And that is going to be a 2-goal lead here for Mediocre at Best.
Yeah, great pass and a great shot here. But I can't feel on the defense. Doder, you got to be in front of that. Despite what it may have looked like for a top-level player, that pass is somewhat telegraphed. So having that kind of coverage should not necessarily be too far out there. And Ween off the face-off. That's a bit of a freebie. Car parts go everywhere as that airstrike signifies goal number 3.
And a great kickoff, quick kickoff right there. And again, now they know that this kickoff is going to be dangerous for them. They're going to make sure that they keep one person back on that one moving forward from now on. And, kickoff goals like that, it's tough when they come through, but it does kind of open your eyes as to the things you need to be looking out for.
That it does. And speaking of, 1 goal now, make it 2 goals for Els, but a goal for every player on the mediocre at best squad, no less. And it looks like they might start to be running away with this one with 4 goals in 90 seconds. That is a fairly glowing review.
Yeah, a fantastic start here for these guys as they start to, make their way through. Again, it's the best of 5. So, Towson, they may not have been quite prepared for this one for them to just come out the gates as quick as they did. So definitely a wake-up call here for them. But, again, like we said earlier, this is a best of 5, so they do have some good time here. And again, they still have plenty of time here in this game to try and bring things back.
That they do. As you mentioned, plenty of time, 3 minutes. Feels like an eternity in Rocket League.
Yes,
Even
it
if they
does.
do end up sustaining more goals against, there's still that little bit of all right, we know that we lost kind of scenario that I like to cite as one of the best times to figure out what's going wrong. And a nice fake here from Doder. That's gonna get him on the board. A great counter, although it might be a little bit too little to count as a counter.
Well, and the big thing there is Daughter, he missed his touch that he initially was going for, so it threw him way downfield. However, the follow-up there that got the pass down to him really is what set them up beautifully for that play. And, sometimes beautiful mistakes happen just like that, and you can just say, calculated.
Calculated. Man, talk about throwbacks. I remember when that used to be just a meme that the community had every single time. Oh my goodness. How the game has changed, and this game, oh, wow, what? All right, Els, I think he actually missed this one. But Doder in the net accidentally gets an extra touch on it yet. I think that was bouncing out.
Yeah, it was definitely bouncing out and away. Just Daughter's positioning ends up dropping it right back into the net. And, this is the exact reason partly of why you put yourself partway into the net rather than sitting right outside the goal line.
It's some Rocket League philosophy there from Ryan. Oh, I like that force. Doder right to the top 90. Very nice placement. Top bins. I don't think anybody says that, so I'm not
Top
gonna say.
shelf, as Hunted would say.
Yeah, I like top bins. I don't know why people stop saying that personally.
But a
whatever.
great placement on the shot there from Daughter is going to bring it up 2-5. And so, good thing here for Tosin is, they don't seem like they're too shaken up anymore. They are starting to kind of find their way back on this one. Still 3 goals to be found here. Can this pass and play work? No, sent out to the side by Wayne.
Yeah. And he's up again. Pass onto the backboard towards Brandon. No double tap either. Strennan gets in front of it. One of the first times we have the opportunity to see his back seat, but Brandon is going to quickly shut down that idea. And as I mentioned, it was one of the first times we got to ride along with Strennan there and actually see him do something, but the clear wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and again, you're going to have to try and find your clearances out to those open spaces where none of the opponent is. And, just one bad clear is all it takes for a shot to get thrown into your net. But really one of the bigger things here is just when we see mediocre at best get into that offensive half, they really start going hard on the offense there. In close play, Strennan going to send it out to the side. Again, he tries to find some of that open spacing that we were talking about there, Squid.
And a good passing idea there between Doder and Strennan as well. And a shot here, Els in position to make the save. But I still do have some limited concerns about the defensive integrity of mediocre at best. Oh, that's not very fortunate. Ween has to get in front of it. That was a close call indeed. The pass down was directly from, I believe, Brandon to an oncoming attacker, which is not necessarily how you want to see it.
Yeah.
But in any case, to the point that I was making, nice shot here by Strennan, I might add. Block picks up the playmaker medal. But it feels like the defense isn't quite as strong as it needs to be for a team who's scoring so often.
Well, again, right there, Els, you could tell there was a small delay in him making that decision to jump up and go for the challenge. And by that point, it is too little, too late as that shot comes through. But I do have to agree with you. You are seeing a lot of high-level offense here from mediocre at best, but they are not finding the defense necessarily. And we got a rule 1 there.
Have fun, lads. They're going to be out of it for a little bit. Brandon, no flip reset, but the defender didn't read it. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I feel
Yeah.
Towson, I think Dota was definitely coming in here as the second player. Strennan just trying to force the flip reset to be used early on, but there wasn't enough time. Well, you can't win them all. 3-7. A high-scoring game. This is only game 1. Can we just start to like skip game 2 at this point? You know, just call it good. You know, I think we've seen enough. Oh, yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit aggressive here.
definitely a great showing here in the first game for mediocre at best. And, you know, looking at Towson University, they have to try and find some way to deal with this high-octane offense that mediocre at best are throwing. I mean, they really aren't living up to their name calling themselves mediocre here.
Oh, nice block there by Ween as well. Guac simply with no boost in the back.
Oh,
But that
is
was
that
a-
another one? Oh.
No. What are you talking about? Come on. Come on, Ryan, use your eyes. I know you got
No,
them.
you know, we use those occasionally.
Only occasionally. But I think for me personally here, Towson, I'm not too afraid. I mean, look at the shot count even. They had more shots, leading by 2. They had almost no saves, which, granted, might be a little bit problematic. But conversely, I feel that mediocre at best. They mostly had like a shell shock value, where they came out with 2 or 3 goals immediately, and then Towson was like, "Oh no, we're gonna lose." But honestly, it didn't really look that threatening. It looked like they
Yeah.
more just got caught off guard by what was happening here.
Yeah, and then after that, it seems like they really did try to kind of bring things back. And once they realized it was a little too far gone, you could tell they kind of changed their approach here. They really just started trying to look for different ways to find those goal scoring opportunities. And, you know, pretty good in that they're setting themselves up for a little bit of success as they move into the rest of the series. I'm with you. I'm not too worried about these guys. I think they still have a really solid opportunity here.
I'm hoping for the improvement, and I'm sure that they are as well. 4-goal deficit at the end of regulation doesn't necessarily make me feel too bad about their odds. I mean, it's so
Yeah.
easy to clean up your defense, especially against a team who's playing like. Oh my goodness! A little bit of banter between me and the players. Apparently, I'm being reported to Emily now.
Well,
That's
you
never any
reap
good.
what you sow, Squid, my man.
I suppose so. I was yelling at Els just a little bit.
Just a
Uh,
tad bit.
him and I are good friends. But as we get into game 2, still a lot of potential for. How am I supposed to take this game seriously? Ween, all right, you know what? I don't even care anymore. Ween and the Scarab, get that man out of here. He's
A
banned.
good bump way out there as Guac finds a decent clearance. Gets a good challenge. However, not much of a setup. He tried to see if he could potentially pull something off. L's already up on it, though. Oh, and Strennan sets him up, but Guac thankfully rotated back in his position quickly enough. Guac up on it. He misses his opportunity to touch it there. He will get it out of the reach of L's, though. And so some decent ball movement here from Towson as they go into game number 2.
Yeah, it does look a little bit more control, but emphasis on a little bit. I don't feel yet as if they're in good control, and that I think highlights it best. Donor with a follow-up shot, but Els is there.
Oh.
That pass was a great idea, but the redirect wasn't there, and Els taken out of the play. Surprise! Skedaddle Skadoodle, your defender is now a noodle. that is it. Dead. Dead AF.
Oh, gosh. But that one does go through there for him. And we will see a 1-goal lead here for Towson. So they're opening up game number 2. So, you know, that Scarab pick there for mediocre at best, it might not be the best one.
Yeah, well, I already said get him out of here, so I'll let you know how I feel about that one. Ween up for this one. Not very good contact. Forces Brandon to make an awkward redirect. Still able to keep it in the zone. All right, another Rule 1. All right, the Scarab's out of play. Would have had it any other way.
The ultimate weapon is gone here. Players just going to play around them. Oh, they do end up getting bumped, though. But Strennan, he's got some great control, and that flicks it. Els, however, is going to track it beautifully. Daughter takes a shot. Oh, great redirect there into the corner. Strennan, he's got an opportunity. Wayne, he was about to kind of move his way out of that one, but he'll go pick it up in time.
And unfortunate the Rule 1 being broken, but that is one of the legal ways to break a Rule 1, so.
It is legal. You are
It is
correct.
the way.
Do you know
Oh
the
my
way?
goodness, Guac. Hang on, Guac, where were you going, man? Oh my goodness, that almost turned into a goal. Thankfully for Towson, Brandon put that one well wide of the net, but still, I have my concerns. What a dunk here! Donor? All right, what? I guess, sure. Taking that ball straight away from Els. No
What a
questions
great
asked.
shot.
Right in the net. Easy money.
Yeah, easy money, of course.
Easy money.
But now Towson, they have the 2-goal lead, so that shock factor that mediocre at best had going into this one seems to have worn off a bit.
Yep, I warned them. I told them it wasn't going to work, but they didn't listen to me. I'm just kidding. I didn't tell them anything. But still a good adaptation here for Towson. As I mentioned, their ball control was a little bit better. And as I said, it was only just a little bit. But I believe that they gave enough respect to their opponents that regardless of whether or not they have that control of the ball, they're able to play effectively in their positions and rotate as needed here. Els slight double tap up into the corner. Ween there for the follow. Brendan now for the challenge. Blocked away by Guac. Excellent read on the play. And those passes that we saw used to great effect in the last match have been yielding no results here of late here for mediocre at best.
Yeah, and it does seem that, Towson are doing a much better job of tracking those, but as I say that, a demolition there in net on Strennan is going to open that play wide open. So a great job right there, and it doesn't even seem that was necessarily intentional. He just kind of ended up in front of Brandon, and he's out of the play.
And we saw Strennan jump for that one at the near post because Guac got bumped by the bumping player initially, which complicated things. So Strennan thought they had to go, and then they tried to jump for the ball because they thought it was inside the post. It wasn't inside the post. It was just a massive collapse there. A series of unfortunate events for Towson. Great pass into the mid here. Els, not enough power. Was restricted in the angle of the shot, though, due to the attacker being right out there to source that shot. I like that aggression from Towson on the defense, cutting off those passing lanes. A great cutoff here by Doder to keep that shot from becoming threatening on target. That is exactly the kind of proactive play and rotation that you need to have against a team who can pass to such great effect.
Very much so, as we see him trying to get the challenge down. Strennan up on it. Els, however, going to meet him there. Guac going to be able to force it forward a bit further, but he's not going to be able to hold out. Guac going to find a demolition there in the net. However, it's not going to be able to help the offense get too much forward movement. And right now, Towson, they're doing a really good job of just kind of keeping this boxed up in the mediocre at best half.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen some fantastic 50-50s. You mentioned the demolition as well. All of these factors have been working wonders. They're playing a deep third man, I might add. Making these forced challenges at the mid, as you just saw with Doder. Forcing that ball over to Guac and then moving up for the pass. This is textbook Rocket League at this point. The demo here on Brandon going to make things very difficult. Ween trying to do it all by himself because he's got no other options. Final couple of seconds ticking away. And Towson, what a turnaround here. As the clock hits 0, they try to drop it down. It will be unsuccessful. Ween keeps it up down towards the mid, but there will be no success here on the attacking side. T for Towson. I don't know why they made the team name T, but whatever. They've got the win. Who cares?
But hey, it's a really good look here for them. You read this one pretty well, Squid. Again, they don't feel like they were too stressed going into this one. They they did a really good job, though, of bouncing back, because that was a pretty big loss there in game 1, but they really didn't let it get them down.
They did not, and I think, once again, the shot count was in their favor last game, but they really needed to work on the saves, and they did that here. 7 shots levied against them, coming across 4 saves as well, and I am, again, being told that I'm going to be reported to the MLE, because apparently Ween made the lobby and made the name T, and I said, y'all are dumb, and he screenshotted it, and now is apparently going to be sending it to the MLE in an attempt to get me banned. So, Sliggy, if
I
you're
don't know
seeing
how
this,
much. I don't know how much longer you're gonna be able to make
I
your
don't
way there
know.
in MLE.
I don't know. Fliggy, if you're seeing this, please unban and or don't ban me.
Give me a second chance. But, again, going into this one, this is a best of 5, and now we are going into game number 3. And, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing here from Towson. I feel like they have set themselves up very nicely going into this one. Again, they kind of figured out a bit more of mediocre at best. There's not quite as much that shock factor here. So I'm feeling pretty confident for these guys. But Daughter, he's going to rotate back, gets that full boost. Touch out by Strennan. And again, the follow-up coming in from Brandon. He will get over the top of that last defender. Guak ends up missing his touch, but L's going to bump him a little bit, throws him off. He's not able to find quite the power he was looking for on it. And right now, Towson, again, we're looking to see if they can maintain the composure they had in that last game.
That is the real question. I personally feel like the answer is decidedly going to be yes. I mean, once you get a beat on your opponents that bad, it feels like there's very little that they're going to be able to do to try and shake that understanding, right? That ability to read your opponents. So I think that the real challenge here is for mediocre at best to try and mix up their gameplay just enough to confuse Towson. And great speed here for Brandon. Pass back into the mid for Els. Brandon can't recur on the rotation, though. Uses a little bit too much boost, picks up too much velocity, and it gets away. I don't think he realized how much time he had.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But it finds its way back down into the orange half. Quickly return to sender. Guak gonna send that one out to Daughter, who booms it out and away. And, Towson, they're having some decent ball movement. Not quite finding the connections that I think they want on a lot of these plays, but they are getting the ball moved around to those open areas that they're really searching out.
Yeah, and I think that
close play.
To a relatively decent degree, they're forcing mediocre at best to make some awkward touches with the ball, and they're prepared for the follow-ups as they are here. Great play there by Strennan. Unfortunately, not able to maintain control, as you mentioned, but it feels like these players are always ready. They're looking for that next step in the play. They're going algorithmically at this right now. This is why I started to say it's becoming a more fundamental game of Rocket League. There's not much speculation. It's all controlled here for Towson, unless they get them out of the backfield and have nobody to try and make it out to that pass in the mid. Nice shot here for Ween.
Well, and Els, he actually had a good opportunity to just bang it straight home himself. However, he opts for that passing play, and it works out for the better, able to beat out those last two defenders with some great placement. So, again, you just never know sometimes what these players are seeing, because, again, we're watching it through our perspective, but these players, they're flicking their cams around at all times. And Ween, he is stepping up already. 2 goals to none. Right as we approach halftime.
And Ween actually turning around what would have been a very good play for Towson. The flick off the backboard with the threat of the second player in the mid actually baited out 2 of the orange defenders, but the third player was too far back in Guak, and then making a very quick challenge to that ball as opposed to trying to shadow and buy time for their teammates. Complicates things in something of a major way, so a great punish there by Ween on something of an over-aggressive defensive play, which is something I never really thought I would have to say. Oh, that double come in the mid. That certainly does not help. Top bigs.
Oh my
not
goodness.
quite. The crossbar has other plans for Ween. No freebie today.
Crossbar giveth and taketh away. Great job right there to quickly try and get that one out of harm's way by Towson. But again, the plays just keep on coming from mediocre at best, who are just not going to let this onslaught go to waste.
I think getting the lead was probably the best thing that could have happened to them, especially with having 2 goals of a lead. So back towards the mid, almost no touch there from Els. That would have been lethal. Out back into the mid, nobody there for support with Guak playing 2 back in that situation. I think there might have been some sort of a miscommunication on that rotation, leaving both their players in the backfield. Now less than 90 seconds to go. They find themselves in quite the rut here, Ryan.
That they do. Trying to see if they can get that breakaway opportunity for themselves. Els gonna bop that one up off the upper corner. Trying to see if he can find that drop down. Brandon trying to get back on it. Finds the opening. Up and down. Gets very close on that one. But 1:05 left, and Towson not quite finding the same fire that we saw there in game 2 from them. But again, not quite the blowout we saw in game 1 for mediocre at best.
Right. I think there's two particular factors of this game that I can attribute this should be loss for Towson based on the way that I'm seeing this gameplay go right now. I think primarily, ooh, that could have been a good passing chance, but no contact from Stren, and that could have changed the pace of the game dramatically if they had managed to put that one on target. But it did go by the wayside. We now are in the last 30 seconds. But returning to my point, I feel that first and foremost, when we saw that first couple of goals scored here for mediocre at best, they gained a lot more confidence. You could see they started to get much faster in the midfield, cutting off any potential passing lanes for Towson and immediately going on the aggressive side whenever they saw an opportunity for it. That was a great 50-50 by Ween that kind of demonstrates my point. But on the flip side, for Towson, I feel that perhaps it may not necessarily have been a result of them getting a little bit less confident. Or sorry, I think it may have been a result of them getting a little bit less confident because they did not have the lead. There were a couple of times where I called them out specifically for not having a player in support or available for passing play. And I think those two factors combined to kind of polarize in the same direction, right? So mediocre at best, they did try to find more gaps and they thought they could play more aggressively, which they could. But at the same time, Towson playing a little bit more timid further enhanced that. It further emphasized that point. And I think those factors combined basically they just completely put Towson out of the competition.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with you. It does feel like they kind of backed off a little bit. They played a little bit more scared. But the other thing too, though, is they just really weren't finding any connections for potential passing plays. We saw several opportunities where they could have gone for some pretty sweet clears out to a teammate, but they just clear it out to that open area, hoping to just deal with it later, reset their defensive line. But even then, after they reset their defensive line, the threat is thrown right back at them once more. And they just aren't quite making the most of a lot of these opportunities that I think they could have had. And again, it's just trying to control the ball downfield sometimes is just going to be your best bet rather than just going for these booming clears. And we've seen it time and time again where teams do that. But it doesn't mean that it's always the best response.
Yeah, certainly. So now for Towson, moving into game 4. This could be it for them, or they could force it into game 5. I would certainly not be opposed to seeing a game 5. This has been an exciting series through and through.
Yeah,
it's up to them.
It has been a really good series, but like you said, the question is going to be, can Towson step up here in game number 4, or will they be sent packing? Either way, I did get word that at this point they will be guaranteed a prize of some sort. They have extended the prizing of all the way down to 4th place now. So even if you lose here, you will still at least walk away with some Corsair t-shirts for the team. So they're not walking away empty-handed, at least, even if they lose here.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. Getting a prize when you least expect it.
Yes, sir. But again,
what's
they
the
want the better stuff. You know, they want the cool thing.
It's the surprise. Get it? Like the surprise prize? It's just the surprise? All right, I'm sorry.
Oh God, you're almost as bad as Kendo.
Oh, I am just most decidedly not as bad as Kendo. I refuse to believe that I'm even close to as bad as Kendo.
But here we go, guys. Guak trying to find that clearance. A quick pass down, and Ween almost meets it in time. One man back, can't get the pass out. No, L's going to be on it quickly. And again, just getting the read of the play as quickly as possible. That's one of the things that mediocre at best have done very well.
Yeah, that's something that Towson needs to start stepping up a little bit. We saw in game 2, they were able to run it back in a significant way by doing exactly that, but game 3 absolutely did not go in their favor, especially after that first goal did not go their way. And a bump in the net, I think. Guak can't put it on target, and there's nobody even close to the top of the box to take the follow-up shot. I don't know where Towson was, but I hope they caught a big fish wherever it was, because they clearly were not even in the same zip code with support for that one. They'll have another opportunity moving downfield here this time, but Ween has a read on it from the very beginning.
Yeah, don't want to let that one get away from you too much. L's going to be up on it. Daughter gets his touch. Going to get bumped there on the side. Back out, L's. Sending it to the mid, touch up. And again, this great control, movement of the ball here for mediocre at best. Guac going to be there on the save. Trying to come back around on. There's demolition. Actually, a double demolition. Both Strennan and Ween pull each other out of that play. Close shot right there, but Daughter going to guide it out and away.
Yeah, Brandon preserving that flip until the last moment, but couldn't quite get the double tap. The post had other ideas, unfortunately. But for Towson, that is huge. Not sustaining that first goal against, and I am surprised Doder did not jump at that pass out to Ween. That could very well have gone over their head and in.
Yeah, definitely some close stuff here, and if you're on Towson, you've got to make sure you're shutting those opportunities down as quickly as possible. A little bit more to the left, and that would have been a goal there for mediocre at best.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that might have been the biggest misplay of the entire game, but since mediocre at best didn't put that shot on target, there was never any punish, never a chance for a punish.
Yeah.
But that's just the way that it goes sometimes. Oh, Guac, he's got to do something. And he is able to get back to it. I don't think Brandon either saw the opportunity or was just a little bit too far away and had to respect the contact. We in a bit of a bad spot.
It did seem like Brennan was in a bit of an awkward spot, so he definitely had to kind of respect the positioning and the quick pivot there on that ball. So,
Yeah.
I mean, close opportunities coming through. Just again, you got to make sure you're aware of your positioning and what could potentially come your way.
Well, that might be a good shot chance, but Brandon not able to throw that on Cage. I think I'm curious right now as to... Yeah, no, we are actually at 3 shots apiece. 3 saves for Townsend, only 1 for mediocre at best, but that's just a minute detail at this point. We all know that Rocket League is results-oriented, and now with less than a minute to go, Townsend on their last legs as far as games are concerned. If they lose here, it's all over for them. And they're trying to force Game 5 here against mediocre at best, who are on the prowl.
Yes, sir, and this very well could just be decided by 1 goal at this point, Squid. As we go into these last 36 seconds, great pass. Ends up going a bit back into the corner. There's a shot opportunity, goes high, kicked out to the side, and Ween there on the follow-up as it clears back out to the mid. And that is going to be a huge punish right there off of that miss.
Yeah, no contact on the back, as you mentioned, and Doder has to respect the potential for a cross there for Ween. But I still feel like there might have been some small mistake there in that sequence that could have been avoided. But Guac off the face-off over top of Ween and back in. Townsend not out of it just yet.
What a return right there. Guac wins it, gets it past 2 of the defenders. Brandon too far out to the side to get that boost. And 26 seconds left. We've got a tied game once more, and it looked like that could have been the end for Towson, and they are not letting themselves fall that easily. Shot opportunity comes through. Brandon with a shot up. Miss there on the backboard, but it finds its way out. 12 seconds left here in regulation. Daughter puts that one up high. That's not a confident clearance. Dangerous plays. And this one, look to try and kill it, potentially, if you're on Towson. And if you're on mediocre at best, you're looking to try and see if you can end it. And we are going to go to overtime, Squid.
Yeah, there were some questionable moments there for me personally. And I don't like picking favorites, but I like to see how the story ends. I would love to see Townsend take this to Game 5 here. Doder almost off the back. Oh, that's a huge giveaway, but Els is in front of it. And Guac
That one
ready to end
just
it.
was nerve-wracking. However, Els, like you said, he's right on the back of it. He's going to let them breathe a little bit easier. However, the threat is not gone from their half. Strennan tries to guide that one down. He has to watch out. He sees Els and Brandon there on that one. Again, you have to respect the positioning here. But Brandon, he's got control. Strennan finds his save and clearance. And some great looks here from mediocre at best, just not able to quite find that finish.
And Towson has been contesting every step of the way, though. Oh, no contact. Doder has to avoid it. Demo gets back to
What
it.
a
And the
stop!
save in the middle keeps them alive in this tournament. Back out towards the mid. Guac is there to at least send it towards the midfield and the sideline simultaneously. A fantastic clearance in that regard. But Towson struggled to get back onto the offense here. Brandon with the flick up high forces Doder to make the play. Again, 1 player back. I like having faith but it's making me a little bit anxious.
Very much so. Oh, they almost find the pinch. Neither of them quite make the contact. Guac putting that out to the side. Brandon and Ween on it. Els. Oh, great touch by Els as that one goes out. Trying to keep the play alive. Gonna look for a potential back pass off the side wall. Brandon, great control, looking for a potential pinch off of that one.
Oh, no boost.
Oh, no. Shredded so close on that one. Can they find the finish? Yes, they do. Guac will secure it. Strennan just puts the pressure on the net. Sometimes just being there by it is all you need to do. And we are going to game number 5.
And that was such a weird interaction coming down the sideline, but Strennan found the gap over top of Els, and no follow-up play was made by Brandon. Honestly, that's a pretty big drop for mediocre at best. But hey, if you're Towson, we take those. And now game 5 on the horizon. I still feel like there's some shaky moments here for Towson, but at the same time, they have some glimpses of excellence. It's the strangest thing. But I think that their 50-50s in the neutral game have been getting a lot better. I'm gonna be honest with you. And while mediocre at best have had some spare opportunities here and there that seem rather threatening, they are becoming more and more few and far between, right?
Yeah, no, and they have had some really good looks. They've had some really good pressure. And there were several times there that I thought mediocre at best were going to put the nail in the coffin, so to say, and end this one. But they just can't quite find the look on the net they need. And so Guac, he ends up finding that goal. And here we are. Game number 5. This is the decisive one that is going to decide who goes to those grand finals and who will be packing. Els there to challenge in the corner. Ween on the pickup. Els there to try and go for a follow-up opportunity to challenge that one out and away. And already Towson, these guys are starting to really get aggressive in their positioning, and I'm liking it.
I very much like it as well. This game can be heavily impacted by the confidence of your players in team unit. A great clear there over top of Ween might have net a shot opportunity, but Doder in the back here being destroyed really breaks apart that rotation. And I think right now the win condition for both of these rosters is see if you cannot maintain your offensive rotation. Because I feel like goals are almost inevitable on either side of the ball. Towson has been doing just a little bit better of a job, in my opinion, of holding on to this defense, but the demolitions are sure to be due up fairly shortly here.
Oh yeah, I would expect to see some of those very soon. We did see a bump there in net just now. However, it's not going to phase the defense there too much as that one finds its way cleared out. Demolition right there. Ween trying to get cleared out. And, you know, again, if you're on Towson, you're really trying to kind of clear your back lines, give yourself some breathing room.
And what seems to be a slight mistouch there for Ween, putting that one into the corner. You can see Brandon struggling to recur on the rotation there. He's at least somewhat successful, but it drops back down onto the side in a neutral position. The pickup there for Ween, short-lived, with the demolition being utilized. Guac in an awkward spot. That's almost a huge giveaway. Will be punished. Ween there first. And clearly in need of some help here. Guac was firing off every distress beacon in the book, but nothing was happening.
Yeah, and Guac just not expecting to make the touch that he had there. He had a good angle, and then you see him slowly boost a little too far behind the ball. Can't find a good clearance, and that just sends it right into the open arms of mediocre at best. Oh, and a good fake right there on the stall. Doesn't end up going too far into that offensive half, though. But Ween keeps things moving here. Fantastic challenges coming through. And, you know, we were talking about how good Towson look, but we've also seen that when they start getting scored on, they really back off on their offensive pressure, and they can't do that here. They've got to score those goals.
Yeah, but a chance now. Oh, that very slight 50-50 win there by Ween. Might have meant something, but now it's Guac up to Strennan on target and in! Almost a save being made, but Strennan, what an angle, no less. Finishing out at 80 miles an hour. I think he had that one all by his own merits.
Oh, Very, very well done. We get the equalizer right here at halftime. And a bit of an odd kickoff there by Daughter.
Uh-oh.
Not quite sure what he was going for on that one, but he may have set Brandon up. Gets sent out to the side. You gotta be careful with these funky kickoffs if you're Tosin.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially in this situation. L's raw shot here. And that will be just enough. Guac a little bit too slow getting up to this one. Had 41 boosts in the tank, but I don't think there was a realization on where exactly that was going to be up until it was too late.
Yeah, and a fantastic punish right there. So we go 1-2. Mediocre at best, give themselves the lead. However, 2 minutes left, Squid. This game is still very much up in the air. However, Brandon gets a great bump, and they are going to make it a little bit more difficult.
And never a chance here for the defender. Brandon, great play here. Honestly, in all facets for Mediocre at best. Beating the first player up on the initial challenge. Brandon putting that off the backboard to bait out Doder as the number 2, and Guac with no chance to avoid that bump. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here. Trying to read that play and avoid the bump at the same time, near impossible, if you ask me. Back down to straight in here will be cut off by Brendan immediately. Towson need to generate offense, so they need to do it fast. But that cutoff has already just destroyed any chance they ever had.
Yeah, that is going to be devastating. And again, 2 players sitting in net for Tosin. Again, find your offensive pressure. You can't go onto the back foot. You don't have much time. You've got to go hard into that offensive half. Going for a potential bump there on Ween. Can't find it, though, as he jumps up to make a stop.
It was a good idea with the bump, but not quite.
Minute 10 left here. Tosin's tournament life on the line. That one gets centered out. Els. Ween trying to be on it. Oh, good bump by Ween. Throws him off enough. Shot opportunity comes through, and Ween again with the save. He has stepped up huge for Mediocre at best here in this 5th game.
Oh, Guac though, great 50-50 down, almost on target. Guac the follow-up to the backboard. Can't make the save, can Ween. But Brandon gives it away in the mid, but nobody's prepared for it. And Doder forced to make a dunk here in the back end. Strennan for the pickup. 0 boost in the tank, needs some help at this point. And right now, Towson on red alert at this point. You've got to throw everything you have into this. Ween for the shot to try to finish it off. Strennan is there. They're fighting for their lives. But I don't think it's going to happen. Guac for the final push, but it's given away into the mid. And I'm ready to call it especially now.
Right there. He goes up, making it look as if he's going to get the follow-through here. However, Brandon just lets it float right past him. And that defender is just not prepared. Oh, such a great series, though, here between these 2 teams. But Tosin are going to fall to Mediocre at best. And, you know, so close to pulling off the upset here, Squid, but they don't quite finish it.
Can't say I'm disappointed with the series as a whole, but certainly I think disappointed with the outcome of Game 5 here, finishing in what one could consider to be a blowout. But that's just the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. And, well, I think we all had our fair share of fun here.
Yeah, definitely was a good series all around. And again, you know, it's unfortunate you weren't expecting it to, you know, go down like that. But again, Towson, they had some really good looks. Just not quite able to find that ending they wanted.
And I think we got Perino back in the conversation here. You had the chance to watch out that full best of 5. Kind of want to give you a chance to give your thoughts on that one. It was something of a barn burner, I think. That was a fun.
Yeah, it was a battle. I'm glad it went to Game 5 because I took my dinner break, so it gave me a chance to reset and get fueled up for the rest of the tournament here. But what a great series! Towson fought so hard all the way until the very end. You can't ask for much more than that going to the 5th game. It's just a little unfortunate that it ended up the way that it did. We had such a great sequence of games, and then Game 5 kind of fell apart for them at the end. But they gave it their all.
Yeah, no, they definitely did. But Squid, looking at mediocre at best, they played very, very well here. But I think there is a little bit of room for improvement here for them, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on that as well as they go into the grand finals.
I personally think that they could use a little bit of touching up around the edges of their execution on the attacking side, and occasionally on the defense. We saw some very slight weaknesses, but I want to emphasize the very slight part of that because there wasn't very many times where I saw that, right? But
Yeah.
I do think that there were a couple of moments where I looked at an offensive play of theirs and I thought to myself, like, yeah, this looks really good. Just kind of fell apart or somebody like made a mistouch. Like I remember one particular situation where Ween had a chance to put it off the opposing backboard and accidentally dropped it into the corner instead, and Brandon had to
Yeah.
scramble. It ended up getting cleared away, and that butterfly effect allowed Towson to make an attack. So for me, that's the number one thing. Clean up your attacks. Try to figure out where each other are prior to making the touch, or just make sure that you're getting the good touch, right? But other than
Yeah.
that, looking pretty good.
Yeah, and Towson, they definitely had some good looks here, but unfortunately, they go home early. And it's a couple times you saw they had really good offense. You really wish they would try and maintain that. Even if you start finding yourself on the back foot, you really want them to try and maintain that. So moving forward, my biggest advice to them is, don't back off just because you start falling behind in the score. Keep your offensive pressure because I think in a lot of ways, if they had maintained some of this, they definitely would have broken through that final bit of defense there. But it's the way it goes. They will be going home early and mediocre at best. Moving on to the grand finals. We're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we have UNCC Team B versus Mizzou Black for the other semifinal match. But before we do that, here is a word from our sponsor, Corsair.
on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat
Hello, guys, and welcome back to Esports CCP. This is the Imaginology Rocket League tournament brought to you by Corsair. I'm your host, Ryan, and joining me again is Perino and Squid. Guys, we just saw a fantastic series between Mediocre at Best and Towson University. Goes all the way to the 5th game, but now we have Mizzou Black versus UNCC Team B. Now, Perino, Mizzou, the main A squad, they are fantastic, but Mizzou Black, they aren't going to be any slouches themselves. They have been running through this bracket pretty fast today. They got a 2-0, then they also got a 2-1 there over the Drexel Dragons. How are you feeling looking at them going into this game?
They should be very confident, Ryan. I haven't seen them play yet, so it's hard for me to offer too much of an opinion as we get started here. But I'm just really excited to see some more great Rocket League. You know, every single series that we've had on the broadcast thus far has gone to the final
Yeah.
game of the
Right.
series. If anyone's keeping score at home, so
We
even though they may
played
have
the
had it
max
easy,
amount of Rocket League.
even though they may have had it easy prior to the run, you know, we go from 2-0 to 1. Now we have a history of running to the final game. I don't know. We'll see which streak breaks first.
It's actually interesting that you should mention that because I'm looking at the bracket here, and it looks like the only series that have had a game 3 or a game 5 have been the ones that we have watched.
And then Mizzou versus Drexel. Those
Wait,
are the only
huh?
two, though.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hang on, I lied.
Those are
I'm a
those are the
liar.
only
I'm
ones, though.
sorry.
But there's only, but really though, there is only one off-stream game that went the distance. Every game that we picked to stream here today has gone the distance. UNCC though, Squid, they took down Oakland. They looked pretty solid doing it. How do you feel about their chances going into this one?
I don't. I'm sorry. I have to do it at least once every time. But I mean, honestly, coming here against Mizzou Black, I don't necessarily feel too strongly about their odds. That's not to say that I think that they're a bad team. I just think that Mizzou Black is an incredibly established roster in the CRL community, and UNCCB is going to be fighting an uphill battle. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed loss. I'm saying I don't necessarily like their odds, which means that about like a third of the time I think UNCCB on a good day might be able to beat Mizzou Black. But I think that, as I said before, rally behind Bio, but make sure that every one of your individual team members knows exactly what the game plan is. So I really hope that they've been in the background talking about what they need to do in order to stay with that fundamental rotation style, have faith in each other, and not have any significant double commits, have the support for each other in the offensive end, in the neutral game, wherever you are.
And again, UNCC, they took down the number 3 seed. They are now going up against the number 2 seed. If they win this game, they then have to go on and upset the number 1 seed to win it all. It is only an uphill battle from here for these guys, but the players in the lobby, they are ready to go. So let's jump right into it, guys. Mizzou Black versus UNCC Team B, best of 5 series. Take it away.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. We love the work that you do always, or at least I do. I can't speak for everybody else, but let's get into the match. Perino, I think he does a pretty good job. I don't know. What do you think?
I personally think he does a great job as well. You know, I'm not obligated to say that because I have a contract with him for an organization to cast for RLCS. That's definitely not the reason why I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's cap, honestly. Nah.
You didn't hear that from me.
And of course, Ryan always says that he enjoys my work because I'm his boss. But Oh, all right. Quick start here. Whale already off, putting his team on top. And that, of course, is Mizzou Black in the blue, which I guess they're going to be making UNCC all black and blue here before too long, with goal number 1 being only 9 seconds in.
And that's a tough sequence there for UNCCB, just trying to get that pass back working in the corner. Unfortunately, it ends up taking the ball around the defender, and Whale there just lurking in the corner, waiting to finish that one as Wolfman almost got the nose of that Octane on that one as well. So very open, very fast-paced start to this game here, 30 seconds in. That's what we love to see. Both these teams really are going to try and go at it and, you know, try and build an early advantage, or in the case of UNCCB, at least get back into it.
And it's really about the pace of play right now. Seeing who can establish themselves with smart cutoffs in the mid, primarily, or getting quick rotations on the board. It's entirely possible to not play any cutoffs at all. I'm curious to see how that play style evolves. Shot here will be on target for Bio, the standout player from the Oakland series, strikes first.
Yeah, this young man here is absolutely on fire today. He's kept up his form into the later stages of this tournament as well, doing everything for his team, making incredible saves, and scoring crucial goals like that one. Just a very straightforward shot into the top corner. Love to see it.
And that shot narrowly off the backboard twice in a row there. Whale, the first one to make an attempt, followed up by Lachiki, if I'm remembering correctly, but none of them was able to get that within the uprights and underneath the crossbar. So we'll move to the second minute of gameplay. Big man shot on target and in, assisted by Bio. But a slight giveaway here for the defense.
Yeah, and Whale driving backwards, try and get up to that one, and I'm not sure that's going to work out too well, and is punished ultimately for trying something with a little bit of flair, a little bit of style. Generally, the right trigger, I think, is the one to go forward, right?
Yeah, it depends on
Usually.
your control scheme, but I think so. So perhaps we just need to give him a little bit of a tutorial real quick. Almost getting bumped there by Big Man. But does get the save. And it's looking like my personal prediction on Mizzou Black having the upper hand coming into this may have been slightly flawed. That was a huge giveaway there for Homeless Baby, but I believe Wolfman was focused on picking up that demolition. Will get one in the end. And it wasn't on the right player, and Homeless Baby, as a result, puts it right on through. Nobody back home and ties it up.
Well, Homeless Baby may have found a home in the back of the net there for Mizzou, just dancing and twirling up on his way into the top corner. Tremendous finish. Again, great pass as well to set that up, and love the technique there. Just rolling right outside, getting that last bit of a touch to sneak it into the corner. Great finish.
Looks like we're going to say goodbye. Oh, Homeless Baby. All right. Well, it was a good punish on the last play, but it looks like you are going to be the one getting punished this time. No contact made, trying to pick up that dribble, and, well, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. You know, maybe the nerves showing for both teams here in the semifinal. I think they both really want to get, at the bare minimum, into the last round of this tournament, and, you know, just some uncharacteristic mistakes, you know, trying to maybe do too much in certain spots, but got to get both teams to settle down. We're only halfway through this game. 5 goals have been scored, so strap in and buckle up. It is best of 5 as well, so I got to go the distance here.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, hang on. I'm going to go to the concession stand real quick, Perino. Do you want some popcorn? I was thinking about getting some for myself.
Oh, nice. Again, I just ate something on my dinner break before, so I think I'm good, but maybe I could use a soda if you're up there. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I'll pick you up something. Because it does seem like we're going to be looking at a fairly long game if we continue to score. And Bio almost had a chance there. But it did just go a little bit high. Thrown off the side here, Lachiki, first to feel it all the way downfield towards the back wall. Wolfman perhaps a little bit too high up in the air. Will be 50-50, but Homeless Baby has to respect the touch for the defense here. And UNCC here on the back end, looking a little bit sketchy at times. But they're getting the results that they need.
This game slowed down a bunch. Squid just neither team really overextending too much. I think both teams have realized, hey, we're letting in some goals that we probably shouldn't. Let's try and iron up the defense and make sure nothing silly gets through. But nothing silly about this one. It's Whale on the finish on the back of a great demolition here. You can see Big Man gets a touch into the corner, but Homeless Baby seeks him out, takes him off the field, and it opens up the goal.
And the way that Bio looked as well, it seemed like there might have been a bump in some facet there. I would have to go back and look at the replay a second time because I didn't see that initially, but now an opportunity for a goal right off the bat. Big Man will have that gap closed by the present defender. With a minute remaining, still tied up here at 3. It is difficult to say or even predict who's going to walk away from this one with the win. Big Man with the backflip, though. Homeless Baby got comes straight down. Goal, no! Can't get the contact. Whale for the recursion, but Big Man will clear it away. Homeless Baby just that close to putting their team on top, but can't make the finish.
Yeah, not enough boost in the tank, unfortunately. Just had to take pretty much a blind jump at it and hope that you get the balance. It's a tough spot to be in because you do everything right and just not able to find the finish there. So unfortunate. May have put the game away, but still, there's 20 seconds to go. It's Lachiki who's going to put it down for Whale, who strikes pure just under the crossbar. And Mizzou have rallied late and taken a late lead.
Wow, over there on the side, making that 50-50 initially. I personally don't like that as much as somebody else might claim to. It was a good force there, though, by Lachiki to put that one down, and then Big Man has to get this away from 2 attackers. The bump on the back. Whale was not expecting it, however. Still a chance here. Oh, that might do it. Feels backflip. Wolfman had a prime opportunity to send that one careening downfield and put his team back in the game. But the backflip had canceled out any chance for that. And not
that stayed
quite
up.
dropped down in the corner, but huge clear, though, for Lachiki Bio with almost nothing left. And that one will drop down to the floor. Mizzou Black take game 1.
Bit of a roller coaster there in game 1. It's good. We saw a lot of offense early, and then it slowed down, and then crazy finish at the end there. Whale, though, with the hat trick for his team will be enough to put them over the top in game 1. And Mizzou must have so much more confidence. When you take that first game, you definitely set the tone. You put your foot on the series right away. Say, hey, we're here to play. Take game 1, take care of business, and if they can ride the momentum into game 2, you're only setting yourself up for further success.
Yeah, I completely agree on that front. But the offense was relatively evenly split here. Of course, the scoreline will show you that, but it's not always the case, right? So UNCCB putting up a similar shot count as Mizzou is certainly going to be a boon for them moving forward. But I think that the one undeniable truth that I want to address here is the fact that we saw UNCC have a couple of feels backflip moments. And I think that has had a significant impact on the game personally. Hopefully, that will not be the case here moving forward. It is entirely possible that that will stay as part of the pattern, but my hopes are that UNCC will be able to run this one back, so to speak, based on their ability to adjust themselves. Maybe they just had to go in and tweak their dead zone a little bit and get back into this.
Something along those lines, I agree. And I think part of that might just be the nerves, too. You're in a big game here, big series, and going against another excellent team. Ryan brought it up before the start of the series of how the path forward for UNC Charlotte B, should they choose to take it, is to go through all the top seeds in the tournament. Not fun. And there's a large gap to fill there, so we'll see if they can try and get something set up, as Big Man's going to be challenged in the midfield. Furry with a touch past 1, but not past 2. Homeless Baby easily taking that out, but Bio with the big touch, and it sets up Big Man for a big opening goal here, game 2.
Got some great speed there for Big Man, having the support in the midfield, knowing that 50-50 was going to go their way, but that was so close. Well, if you had seen that a second earlier, what was going to happen? That could very well have been a save with almost no trouble. But it is only 45 seconds in, so we cannot derive anything just yet. After all, we did see UNCC strike first last... Or sorry, no, we didn't. It was Whale who struck first. UNCC was able to respond with a quick lead. The cheeky, no punish on that open net opportunity. As it skies it over the crossbar.
Love the patience so far from Mizzou. They are down the goal, but they're not overextending. They're not trying to immediately jump out and make something crazy happen. They're just going to sit back a little bit, let the game come to them, and no need for panic early. Still plenty of time to change the results of this game. So I just love that they're not panicking thus far, as though that shot could have been dangerous, but it is wide.
It was wide, but it might not stay that way for long. Wolfman almost found a cheeky angle there. That was an interesting cutoff. Minor miscommunication there for UNCC. They gained results out of the touch, but clearly no ability to follow up because of the nature of that rotational play. That does raise minor concerns for me as well. Wolfman for the double tap, can't make contact. Bio also misses the touch, but a bump will allow Big Man to recur. Huge heads up play there for Wolfman. That will put them up 2-0.
Bit of a panic on the part of defense here. Just everyone's sort of expecting the double touch to come through and never really came to be. Love that finish though. Again, aggressive turn in, right? Both teammates rotating out, so you know that you have a chance. All you have to do is make contact, really, but it ends up getting the goal. So credit.
Oh, Big Man. Oh my goodness. This is a play and a half. Wolfman off the backboard. Big Man with the fake. Takes Homeless Baby out of the play too with that touch out to the side and keeps it under control. That's huge.
Yeah, what a stylish way for a big man to finish off his hat trick there. 3 shots, 3 goals, perfect shooting record halfway through game 2, and that is exactly why UNCCB here are going to be firmly ahead in this game thus far. Can he get another one? Not quite. Wales up to the challenge that time.
Oh yeah, but the delivery down the middle, so perfect. And you see Bio delivers a brutal shot there on target. Was somewhat easily saved, I'll admit. Had the chance for some better placement. But either way, UNCC at this point trying to just ride the wave and get out of game 2 with a victory to tie up this series at 1 game apiece. And at this point, I am not inclined to say that they will be unable to do so. Mizzou Black have, up to this point, only managed 2 shots on target. And I'm disinclined to believe either of them were particularly impactful based on the game state. And a nice shot here for Wolfman. Again, going to beat the last player back on the blue side and make it 4-0.
Yeah, and the defense, I think, really letting Mizzou down here in this game. Just unable to come up with critical touches. You just have to get that ball away from a dangerous area, and neither player really able to do so. So Wolfman says, thank you very much. I'll walk in and take another free goal. And now 4 goals ahead for Charlotte. I don't see this game going any other way than in their favor.
Yeah, I think at this point it might be time to call it quits if you are on the Mizzou side. And try to think about what you need to change here for next game. I certainly think that there is a reasonable degree to which I could argue they had the upper hand in game sense on game number 1. Of course, they did end up taking that one, getting the reads on the play, whatnot. But I feel that there were some heads-up moments here for UNCC, some good cutoffs, something to that effect, that allowed them to pull ahead of the competition in this particular game. Mizzou will finally get one back here, with Whale going up high to put that one down on and in. I think it's going to be little more than consolation at this point.
Well, it makes it not impossible, right? 3 goals, 1 minute, 9 seconds, about 20 seconds a goal, give or take. It's not impossible, but certainly a mountain to climb for Mizzou. Would take a lot.
Yeah. Certainly would. And as I said already, I think that it might be time just to look forward to game 3 to try and recuperate. But even on that play right there, you can see Lachiki not really supporting Homeless Baby on that push. Just allowing the defending player to take that one away and drive it downfield. They do end up making the play back into the orange half, but that demolition is going to make things almost impossible for them to get continuing offense on this play, and it looks like this will be the end of game number 3, or sorry, number 2, if I had to guess. With 30 seconds remaining, not much left of a story to be told here. What is interesting, however, is the fact, again, that Mizzou Black come into this definitely with some semblance of confidence based off of the Game 1 win, no less their confidence from just being Mizzou Black. I think in all facets, that's going to be a pretty big merit in itself. I mean, especially with Whale, Lachiki, Homeless Baby, it's quite the roster. Homeless Baby with the Spring 2020 Elite title for CRL and the Supersonic Legend in Whale. So perhaps they just decided to rest on their laurels a bit too soon in this one. There wasn't much of a challenge at all when it came on to offense.
Yeah, and I think the mechanics for Mizzou sort of let them down in this game. There were instances where players just weren't able to make good contact with the ball, or really able to push the ball forward to a teammate. A lot of these challenges sort of going wayward for Mizzou, and you're allowed one off game. Nobody plays perfectly all the time, and
Right.
I think it was a bit tough sledding for Mizzou. So we'll see if they can bounce back into a now very critical game 3 as we've split the first two. So obviously the winner of this next one will have series point on their side. And yeah, again, we have questioned UNC Charlotte B, throughout this entire tournament thus far, Squid, but I think they have shown us that they are more than capable of taking it to the very best. They've done it here, but they need to do a lot more still.
Right, and I still think that there is something left up the sleeves for Mizzou. I don't think they've showed their entire hand just yet, most likely with 1 or 2 more trump cards. So we'll have to see how the story unfolds as we get underway with Game 3, deciding again, as you mentioned, who moves on a series point and who will be our first, or who can hopefully be our first contender with mediocre at best, who didn't seem to have too much of a hard time beating out teams other than Towson. That was a nice matchup that we saw earlier on. We'll get underway though. Wolfman already shot on target. That's an easy turn in for Big Man. It looks like Mizzou's defense hasn't improved much.
No, and Wolfman, I think, just beats all 3 players. You can see 2 50-50s and then a touch over 1, and the entirety of Charlotte B there ready to jump on the goal if necessary. So yeah, it's just the simple things, right? Getting effective 50-50s and making the challenge out of a corner. Just unable to do it and unable to cover the goal off the kickoff, as Wolfman will get another.
Now, this surprises me much more than the previous play, though. This is a very simple one out in front. That goes right over the head of Lachiki. I don't know what the expectations are here for Mizzou Black, but things look to be falling apart on defense for them. Hopefully, for their sake, we start to see less and less of the blue half as things go forward, because it does not look like that is their strong suit. Almost down and in. Oh, no. The accidental touch onto his own net from Big Man will allow Will to score number 1.
Yeah, and I like the idea from Will here. He's trying to keep this ball high. He is the central point of attack there, so he's really just trying to keep it out of the way of the defense, and in doing so, I think caused a bit of panic and a bit of an unfortunate touch on the part of Charlotte B to put it on their own net. But again, those things happen, and certainly have to take the goals as they come. Mizzou will not be complaining about getting one back there.
No, they certainly won't. But again, they're going to have to reinvent their defense if they want a chance to stay in this game. Because based on what we have seen, I am not particularly impressed. This one will pinch out towards center. Bio easily there. Lachiki a little bit too far back to make the follow-up. You can see they want the punish. UNCC just a little bit too fast through the mid to allow that follow-up shot to go through. Almost Baby. Almost faster than Bio on this one. No contact made though. Whale, the touch way up high. Bio no touch here. Things getting a little bit hectic in the corner, but it seems like Mizzou again just a little bit too slow on the uptake for my liking. And for the liking of the defense, Bio with a double touch here!
My.
What in the world is that? Bio, the takeaway into a goal off the double tap.
And just perfectly follows this up. What a read from Bio. That's such a difficult thing to do, to get all the way across that ball, put it back inside the post. You're going the wrong way to make contact, but for Bio, it's no problem there. Tremendous finish, great individual effort, and goodness. That is something for Mizzou to think about, even when they play decent defense. That kind of goal will put you in a fraught state of mind.
I think that was Miles' way of saying, put that in your pipe and smoke it. See, certainly, as you mentioned, gave them something to ponder here in the coming minutes. Nice save here for Wolfman. For Mizzou right now, I really feel like the key to their play is picking up the pace, trying to make these cutoffs when they need to. They have been so slow on some of these 50-50s in the neutral. That is a perfect example. Big man beating out the last player. You cannot allow these passing lanes to go completely uncontested. You have got to be there.
Yeah, and Homeless Baby just not quite able to get there. And credit to Big Man, that's a great finish, actually, just inside that post. So he does a great job of separating himself between the defender and still putting the shot on target. But yeah, where's the presence in the midfield? Where's the challenge on the attacking player? I mean, you can see these guys transitioning out. You know what they want to do. It's much easier said than done to stop them still.
How much is true, but all it takes is a little bit of proactivity near the top of the box even. Like even that far out, I mean, you can still get in front of those kinds of passing plays. You need to be able to have that kind of vision, and we have seen them demonstrate that they can have that kind of vision in the past, even in Game 1. But they have not yet been able to replicate that kind of performance, which is somewhat appalling to me. It's very rare that you see a team fall out of form within the context of a single series. And yet, I suppose there is a first time for everything. Lochiki unable to make contact here. The double tap out into the mid-bio, not close enough to make that play. But you can see the scramble that it puts Mizzou Black into on the defensive side. A wayward clear here for Whale. That's not going to go anywhere. Straight back into the corner, off the back wall. Nobody there for the punish, but an accidental team bump still slows them down on the transition away. Homeless Baby can't make the read off the backboard, and there's nobody in support. They have got to be there for that. They just keep letting things go. Time after time, I can't believe what we're seeing here, Burrito.
Yeah, and they're just struggling on the transition now. Homeless Baby didn't really have the boost there to follow up that touch. He did a great job, though, of setting it up. He beats the defense, and, you know, even though he can't get it on his own, I agree, you just need someone there, especially when you're 3 goals down. There's such little time left in this lane, in this game. You have to press forward and try and engineer something. Here you go, the pass from Whale over to Homeless Baby. Still not on target. He will keep possession. Pass to Whale. But his shot turned away by Big Man. So another great save comes out from Big Man. Still pressure high. And another save. A third one comes through for Wolfman. UNC Charlotte B will just not be denied in this game. They are keeping Mizzou out of the net entirely. My goodness.
Some good defense, I'll admit. But at the same time, Mizzou going with very, very basic shots. Granted, they didn't really have much potential for a passing play. It was forced upon them. If they didn't go for immediate shots, it would have been an easy clear. So I don't blame them particularly for that offense. But I will reiterate how many times before we have seen them just drop the ball on what should have been their play through and through. And this is another example. Chigi could have made that cutoff, but there was never a call from Homeless Baby, a miscommunication in the mid. It's easily taken away, and that will see the last second expire off the clock here, sending them down to game point now. Is UNCCB put another one on for the road?
I think I'm just a believer now in Charlotte B here. They have exceeded all expectations and now on series point with a decisive game 3. Really, the past 2 games have just been theirs for the taking. They have beat Mizzou to the ball in multiple instances. They're in great spots to find goals, and they're also playing exceptional defense. We saw that stand on the line there towards the end of the game where they just built the brick wall and never let it fall. So for Mizzou, it's now a tall task. Have to run 2 straight back. It's going to feel next to impossible after the past 2 games, I think.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that their 1 goal for on this game was an accidental own goal from Big Man trying to make a save. So that isn't exactly something that they want to think about, I imagine. At least they were able to put up 9 shots before regulation expired here. Still in comparison to the 12 from UNCC, especially considering all those saves that you just cited, it does not seem very effective, especially considering 7 saves in response to 9 shots leaves you very little margin for success. and for error, I should add. You can't afford to be missing out on the post or the crossbar if the opponents are having such a high save against shot ratio. So moving here into game 4, there is a lot that they can improve upon. Namely, again, for me, supporting your teammates in the midfield, having communication, having some foresight as to what your opponents are doing. We have seen them do it before, both here and in other tournaments in the past. We know that they have the strength. They just need to execute on what they can do.
Nothing left other than to execute here in game 4 and game 5 if Mizzou can bring it there. As the pinch nearly worked out, but could make the argument between whether that's an intended pinch or a double commit. As Homeless Baby will take that one all the way himself. Nobody back on defense, and Mizzou with a breath of fresh air get a good start here.
Yeah, finally some sort of communication. As well, got the bump on Bio, and that you mentioned that the previous pinch looked like it could have been a pinch, looked like it could have been a double commit. I can almost guarantee you that was a double commit. Nobody's trying to get a pinch in the neutral like that, especially not in the air. That's much too risky, in my opinion. Perhaps they did, but I am almost certain that that's not what they were going for. It was a simple miscommunication, and that would fall much more in line with what we've seen out of them. But they do have the 1-0 lead regardless. Nice read here for Homeless Baby. Drops down for Lachiki. Nobody in the mid for support. Whale will be there late and actually wins out on the 50-50. Still a chance on this offense. No potential for a double tap. Lachiki there to try to finish it off the crossbar. And somehow that one goes across as well. Did he hit the top corner with the post as well?
He certainly did, and he had to try and go that way. There was a defender in the net still, so just trying to pick out the only area of the net that was indefensible, but right. Alas, sometimes the post and the crossbar have something to say about that kind of shot, and it's a heck of a rebound to try and read, when it goes all the way across like that. Very difficult to handle. Here we go, Mizzou trying to get started on the counterattack, though. And Wolfman will get one touch goal side, but nothing there. Bio with a great pinch. That's going to bounce dangerously in front of net, and it had to be a touch from the defense to keep that one out. Oh, no.
Wow, okay. So this is just an instance, I suppose. I actually want to see on my free cam real quick here. Where in the world was the defense at here? For I mean, UNCC just rang up the Mizzou defense and they got sent a voicemail.
Yeah, and I think part of that just has to do with everyone being low on boost, and you're anticipating maybe that the player in front is just going to get the clearance, but it doesn't really come through, and as a result, nobody home. Nobody answering the phone, even though it was ringing off the hook there. So, bit unfortunate, but we're back level as Whale can't get that one to go.
Already gone by the wayside as well. Not much doing there in the midfield. You could see UNCC with almost all of the control, trying to push that one away. Homeless Baby will finally field this somewhat. But the physical play there from Wolfman not really allowing for much more of a push. We do move now past halftime with a tied game. Big Man trying to go for Homeless Baby on the bump, finds Whale as well. But was not able to make a significant enough impact to guarantee that goal for. Mizzou Black seem to have shored up at least a little bit here. But I still think that there's a ways to go as far as working on the rotations in this game.
Yeah, and even in that spot there, I was watching Whale's point of view, and, he's rotated upfield, and the net's just wide open. All it took was one challenge from Charlotte B there to get that ball downfield. Now, it didn't go on target, but still, it absolutely would have been a goal if the shot was on the frame of the net. So, dangerous game, but great save there. Wolfman gets it out after a big demo in the corner.
Yeah, that was a huge redirect there by Lachiki as well. Great accuracy. Now Whale for the backboard read on and in. A very nice follow-up here this time. For the lack of support they've had seemingly all series long, save game 1, they finally managed to make amends.
Yeah, this is a tremendous read from Whale here. He picks up the boost in the midfield and is immediately turned on to an aggressive play there. Just sees the ball bouncing off the backboard, and it's just a great finish as well. doing so well to just get up fast and on target there. Not much the defense can do about it. And so Mizzou have a lifeline here, but can they hold out for another 90 seconds, or will Charlotte pull a rabbit out of the hat?
Feels like Mizzou have been a lot stronger of late. I can't help but wonder how exactly they're going to change their gameplay now that they have this seemingly rare lead in this series. 1 minute remaining as per the buzzer. UNCC, as I'm looking at the scoreboard, only hosting 3 shots on target. This might actually become another one. The demo in the net would certainly help. Big man receives from Bio, but that one's blocked off at the source. Precisely the kind of change of pace I noted that Mizzou needed to make, blocking off those passes before they could become dangerous, and now Big Man being bumped away out of his position. I love the proactivity that we're now seeing out of the blue side here. Whale, Homeless Baby, and Lachiki all putting their 2 cents in for why Mizzou should stand on top of this one. An aggressive back pass as well. They do get it away. They seem to have things relatively under control for now.
For now, and that's the key. Still enough time here, though, for UNC Charlotte B to make a play on this. Oh, but a great beat there by Homeless Baby. That'll certainly diffuse some of the pressure. It's going to have to be down the entire length of the field now for Charlotte. That lack of a touch is not going to help. Will Homeless Baby end it here? Yes, he will. And if history is any indicator, we're always destined to go to Game 5. Why not, Squid?
Yeah, I think we all saw this one coming, at least to a reasonable degree. But I think for Mizzou, you know, it was some simple changes that they needed to make. I think that the only difference between what we saw out of them and what we would see out of another team who needs to make a change, for instance, Towson in their series against Mediocre at best, was that there were a heck of a lot of double commits early on in this series, or I should say games 2 and 3, they were just riddled with bad plays, bad reads, and the whole 9 yards, I think. Versus now, when Mizzou, they're back in it, they seem to have gotten their feet back under them, and now in Game 5, they'll have the opportunity to move on to be one of 2 grand finalists.
This stake we're playing for, it'll all be coming down to the last 5 minutes on the clock here. We're underway with the Game 5, and Lachiki is going to have a bit of an issue there. Big man with the shot, but Homeless Baby out there to bail him out, so still a dangerous start to this game for Mizzou.
It is, but as I mentioned last game, UNCC had very few shots on target, and it seems that is going to stay somewhat the same here. Spare the 2 that were almost immediately thrown against the net. There wasn't anything significant doing there for UNCC on the attack. First one comes from Lachiki on the opposite side. Whale looking for the second, and that one will find its way into the back over the goal line. 1-0 to Mizzou.
Yeah, the defensive positioning for Charlotte here is really rough. Everybody was behind that ball there, and not enough spacing in the defense. When that happens, all it takes is just one decent challenge, and I think it was Whale there at the very end who gets the goal, just follows up his own touch. Really nice read into the post, but still, I would cue that as a defensive error for UNCCB. They're just not having a good time of it at the moment, as Bio is asked to come up with a big save, and he delivers.
And he does. And just over a minute in now, things feel a lot more in hand for the Mizzou side, I must admit. UNCC, they had, as you mentioned, a slight defensive mishap on the previous play. They might have a chance to score here. Bio past the last player. Homeless Baby seemingly never had a chance of that one, and they'll get it back.
Great challenge from Big Man there too, but Bio, my goodness, with authority into the top corner. And who else would you ask, really, from this UNC Charlotte B squad to deliver in a big moment? Of course, it's Bio. He's done so well so far as tries to carry his team into the grand final.
That he is. Whereas on the other side, I would posit that it's been relatively a team effort for Mizzou. Big man pass across to Bio will be denied by none other than Whale himself. And I got to admit, Perino, feels like we've played quite a bit of Game 5, and yet we're still not even past the 3-minute mark. And we're at a tie game. It could still go either way. Double demo here, but Homeless Baby with no boost in the tank will make things rather easy for UNCC to recover on, at least initially. Lachiki almost gets the shot, but it was Bio again who got in the way, able to make the stop.
Wow, what a save there. And it's still not clear of danger as Homeless Baby comes through with the strike. Oh, that's just a tough touch there for Big Man. He's trying to take it around the corner and gets on the wrong side of the ball. It allows a attacking player to swoop in and deliver that one across to Homeless Baby, who was waiting on the far post. And Charlotte did so well up to this point to really claw their way back into it. And I think they'll be disappointed to let go of the lead like that, but they're going to press on, and Big Man can't make contact. It's a decent chance of demolition, and another shot, still no good. The third one is pure, though. Bio, again, called into action to deliver the goal.
Yeah, and Almost Baby not getting the read on this one, leaving the space empty over there on the right-hand side. Did not see it coming. And to be honest, Bio had plenty of options. Could have gone for the direct shot, gone slow for the 50-50, and tried to allow their teammates to recur, or even gone for the direct pass. I believe Wolfman was available across, but now immediately Mizzou almost striking back. Bio able to make the play on the back end. Big Man with a huge clear there. Allowing that one to hit the back wall would have been severe in many facets. Bio has to get back in front of it again and again. Will stop out this play chance for Homeless Baby. UNCC certainly trying their hearts out at this point of time, and once again, it is Bio who seems to be doing the majority of the work, both on offense and defense, for this orange side.
Yeah, Bio currently sitting on both of his team goals and 3 saves, so he's certainly had an impact in Game 5, and it's, you know, the best players who show up in big moments. Bio again, of course. Make it 4 saves, why not? And they'll be happy thus far with where they're at, but still looking for a deciding goal. Both sides are, as Homeless Baby is going to try and take this one out. Unable to make contact, though. Intercepted by Bio. He's going to go into the corner as a demolition come through, and this may be a chance here for Charlotte. Oh, but the challenge by Whale at the midfield is good, and he will defuse that situation in time.
At this point, it seems like we're moving into territories that we're all too familiar with. But with both teams moving into a mentality of do not make that ultimate error, the one that will end the game. Both of them getting a little bit creative on their attacks, I will admit. Primarily Mizzou Black, though. A great demo here in the mid is actually going to defuse that situation as well. That one goes by the wayside. Whale way up in the sky. Shot on target. Not nearly powerful enough. Nor would he have ever been. I don't think there's any chance he gets that one away from Bio. Final 30 seconds down the clock. Tied up. Looking at OT in Game 5.
Seems that way, but Mizzou have an excellent spot right here. If they want to try and end it in regulation, this is a good way to do it. Lachiki's going to pick up a demo, but a good clearance from Bio will maybe see this out. Very tense. It's going to be one last chance here. That ball's bouncing down, and it's well met by the defense. Still kept sky high. Bio elects to keep it alive, but it goes to the corner in overtime, Game 5.
Our final grand finals will be decided here. Oh, whoa, Homeless Baby with boost to spare. Big Man makes the save. Back down into the zone. Bio no contact, but Wolfman is there. Impales them out. But now looking for the counter potentially. Drop back into the mid. Wolfman wants the pass over to Big Man. And it won't be enough. And that was a high-octane start to OT here in Game 5. Pass directly over to Bio will also be just wide. We do have at long last, it seems, have some establishment in extra innings here. That was a bit of a dangerous double commit with Cheeky, though, giving it away into the mid. Big Man potentially looking for the redirect. Has no boost in the tank. UNCC slowly starting up their offensive rotation. If they can keep this in the blue zone for any meaningful period of time, this should be game.
It may feel that way, but I can't believe Whale didn't score on the other end there in that opening sequence. He had a great look, and oh, Homeless Baby's going to go slow, but the flick is high. Can Whale get the follow-up? No. And Big Man with a great touch to get that to Bio, and consequently, out of the way, a slow roller's dealt with. by Homeless Baby. And every touch has so much impact here at the end of this series. Both teams have had decent looks, but nobody able to score just yet as Homeless Baby will casually turn away Bio's attempt.
Looked somewhat dangerous there for a moment. Both players on the same route, however, and it was easily denied the opportunity for a scoring chance. We've moved in past the final, or sorry, the first 100 seconds of OT. Nice drop down here from Big Man. Homeless Baby is there. Maybe a transition chance. Well, Cheeky can't put that one on target. Homeless Baby can. Blocked away by none other than Bio. Who did you expect to be there on the goal line to save that one away? Big Man now, the 1v1. Should not have a follow-up. Will be a free clear there for Lachiki. Mizzou looks like they're trying to get a transition goal.
Ooh.
On more than one occasion, they've gotten close, and that is one of them.
Yeah, and a dangerous touch going back across the net there. Nobody home for Mizzou. They don't want to overextend. That's the danger when you play that game of the counterattack. You sometimes feel locked in and you just have to go for the play when you get it, but Mizzou have done a good job of being patient. They're not willing to end this game on the mistake as Bio's going to try and set up Big Man, but well met. Homeless Baby up in the sky. Wolfman looking for a teammate in the middle. He has Bio, but nobody makes contact.
Decent passing play there, at least. As I mentioned before, it seems like UNCC are focused on trying to remain in the attacking half for as long as possible, but they were recently just turned away. You can see Mizzou starting up their bid as to why they belong at the grand finals. Lachiki off the backboard. That one will be met by Big Man. Almost no challenge there. You could see Homeless Baby wanted a piece of it. Back across, nobody there to meet it. Safe play on both of these roster sides. Looks like they're trying to play with that first man aggression to make the safe foray into the offensive end. That's not very safe though. Bio has to be bailed out by Wolfman. And Lachiki now making contact there. This could be dangerous. Last man commit. Big Man can't make contact. Will's in front of it. And that was almost a huge dive there for Mizzou. They've got to be a little bit more careful how they spend their players.
Wow, I can't believe we just haven't seen a goal yet. We're nearly 4 minutes into this overtime, and both teams have had seriously good looks. Just nobody able to deliver that final blow. And wow, it does feel like this game is just going to simply come down to one last mistake. Homeless Baby with a great touch out, but Big Man keeps it in, but not goal side. Great challenge from Wolfman. That ball's going to bounce down, and it had to be a great touch from Whale there, too. Still, the press is on. Will he get the double touch? It's Bio, of course! The talisman for UNC Charlotte B as they advance to the grand final.
And Homeless Baby, the last one in net here. Went out for booster, something, trying to go get a little bit of pads. Perhaps thought that was going to go out, abandoning the net. You cannot let that happen. You've got to be aware that if you give that one away, Bio might have that shot on target. And Mizzou Black, a team that has been a long-standing pinnacle in the Rocket League scene for what you want to have as a B team, or at least in CRL, I should mention, taken down here, and Bio played no small part in that, scoring 1,049 points in total, 3 goals, all 3 of them with a hat trick, 5 saves on 6 shots. That is just an outstanding performance. And Whale, honorable mention with a goal, an assist, and 6 saves. And they can't pull out the win at the end of the day.
And
Wow.
what a series, guys. That was crazy. I cannot believe how long that overtime went. I was actually kind of sitting here rooting for, the whole extra game of OT, but we didn't quite get that, but still quite the overtime there. Perino, what do you think was the final bit here that messed them up?
Bio is really good. That's going to be my answer for that. I mean,
Valid.
he was
Very valid.
absolutely all over the place. Squid touched on at the end. They're 1,000-point game for him. He had all 3 goals for his team, including a tremendous double touch to close it out. I mean, how much more impact can you possibly have in one game?
Yeah.
Really, it was the Bio show in Game 5.
Yeah, he stepped up huge for these guys, played his heart out. Squid, Mizzou Black, they are heading home early here, but they do get to walk away with some sweet Corsair t-shirts. there for that third, fourth place finish. The third, fourth place match will be played off stream. But as they head into that matchup, what advice do you really have for them coming off of this loss?
Well, to be honest, I mean, Ryan, you say that they exit early. I think that displays how you feel about them because top four, I mean, it's top four. What else is there to
They
say
exit
about that
earlier
one?
than they wanted
But
to, I should say.
yeah, whatever. You can't just say everybody exits early. What if we get to the grand finals and somebody's gonna lose? Like, oh, they
Hey,
exit
if you don't
early.
make it to the
Hey.
grand finals,
They
technically you
exit
exited early.
Shut up. All right, whatever. Anyways, for Mizzou, I feel I'm just gonna echo the sentiments that I shared with y'all during the actual games themselves. I feel like they just lacked confidence in each other and in themselves, to make these cutoffs at the midfield because they displayed in game 1 and game 4 and game 5 that they clearly were able to match UNCC's pace of play. There weren't any significant passing lanes that really caught them off guard. But it seemed like in games 2 and 3, they just didn't really flex their muscles or something. I don't know what happened to them. I've never seen such a polarized team within the context of a single series. Game 1, they looked great. Games 2 and 3, they were absolutely terrible by their standards. And then games 4 and 5, it was just par for the course. And they look fantastic. And I think UNCCB put on a fantastic showing, and that's why they ended up taking it. But still, from Mizzou, guys, I think you just need to get your head in the game at times. We've always talked about the mental game being an important factor of Rocket League, but it felt like UNCC never really changed their game plan at any point during that series. They played the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And it ended up working against you because you let it happen.
Yeah, well, and that's always the biggest thing is it's finding that level of consistency, maintaining your style of play and not faltering from it. And again, we did see some wide inconsistencies here from Mizzou Black, as they go into that off-stream consolidation match. Is that what it's called? Yeah, whatever. The third, fourth place game. They are going to be trying to, bounce back from this one as they go into that matchup. They will be facing off against Towson University, but coming up next, guys, we have the grand finals. It's going to be mediocre at best versus UNCC Team B. Gonna see if they can pull off the three-peat here, upsetting one team after another. The third place seed, the second place seed, and the first place seed. We will find out all of that after this short break. And here is a quick message from our sponsor, Corsair.
Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm. Oh, I know I'm. Holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't you say a word, cause I've heard it all. You were just pain when you felt it all. Oh. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Ooh, baby, I ain't no one like you. You chose to keep the truth inside. Ooh, baby, gave my all to you. All you did was tell me lies. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Thrill is gone. Once you leave me, it's over. No turning back, not today. Don't you come running back now. I'm not a home for the shame. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Ooh, baby, there ain't no one like you. You chose to keep the truth inside. Ooh, baby, gave my all to you. All you did was tell me lies. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. I won't miss this love, no. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Thrill is gone. Check your body. You can't sleep neither. Let's not sleep together. You can't sleep neither. Let's not sleep together.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to Esports CCP. This term is brought to you by Corsair, and this is part of the Imaginology Fair. Okay, Perino, we are going into this final series. This is the grand finals, and I am so excited because we've gotten game fives we've gotten the final part of a series all day.
Yeah, it's been quite the road for us on the desk here, and yeah, just really excited to get another one. Hopefully, we get a grand final game as well. Another best of 5 series coming up. So should be another fantastic series. Of course, we are losing the services of Squid. So if I can get an F in the chat for Squid,
F in
but
the chat, boys. He bowed out early,
yeah,
unfortunately.
he abandoned me in my time of need, you know, and I'm a little hurt, but it's okay. I will soldier on. We regain.
We do indeed, but we have all the players in the lobby. They are ready to go. So let's jump on into it, guys. Again, this is the grand finals between UNCC and Mediocre at Best. Perino, we gotten to see a lot from both these teams today. Prediction wise, how do you see this one going?
Oh, I feel like this UNC Charlotte team has been discounted all day, but every time I've seen them play, they have pulled it out. I'm gonna stick with them, but maybe not quite at the start of this game. It's gonna be Els here who just rolls this one in, finds the corner, and just like that, off to a hot start.
Yeah, quick start here for Mediocre at Best. And again, UNCC, they have been discounted a lot. Again, being that 6th seed, but they made themselves here. They have proven themselves pretty well, I would say. But here we go, guys. Bio making the stop, and he's been such a standout player, but Ween, he's going to come in and open that one up, giving them that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and a tough spot for big man there too. He has to try and cover the entirety of the net. Great placement by Ween to just finesse that into the bottom corner there, recognizing the position of the defender. Again, under duress here is UNC Charlotte early as Ween. I think he has to flip off the ceiling. Can't quite get back to it though. Would have been a heck of a play.
Ooh, big miss right there by Furry Wolfman. Bio makes a touch out into the corner. And, you know, I didn't get a chance to talk about it too much earlier, but Bio, he's been such a standout class of a player for this UNCC team today. He has just been putting in a lot of work. But the question, I guess, kind of becomes at this point, Perino, is, you know, does he carry enough weight to keep them alive here in the grand finals? And Els, he is going to spike that one straight through that area right there, threading the needle.
Yeah, and this is just a great pass into the center here. I love the way this ball comes rolling out. It's perfect for the attacking player to drive that home. And, you know, to your question about Bio, he's been the saving grace for Charlotte today. We saw that just in the last game before this series. He came out with his hair on fire and, you know, delivered probably the game of his life, really, to carry his team thus far. I don't know if it's that sustainable, though, and already Charlotte are in a bad hole here in game 1. 3 goals down. We're not even 90 seconds in. And does not bode well, but again, a lot can change. There's so much Rocket League to be played yet.
Well, and last time we saw Mediocre at Best against Townsend, they really had a huge shock factor as they came in to start up the series because, again, you're just not quite expecting the offensive pressure these guys throw on. And it does seem as if UNCC are a little bit shaken by it going into this. And it feels as if they've done a better job holding them off after those initial 2 goals that they got there in the beginning. So still definitely in this one as they have 3 minutes left on the clock. Rory Wolfman throws that out high. Bio tries to beat out Els. He can't do it. Big man back. Furry Wolf will be there. Brandon trying to throw this one up, looking for a finish. Els gets actually kind of faked out there by his own teammate. And we are now approaching halftime, Perino, and still not a goal to be found here for UNCC.
No, and they've been struggling to maintain possession. This is really, I think, the first good sequence for them, you know, with maintained pressure on offense. They've just haven't had a good look at it yet. But here comes Wolfman down to Bio, but he's beat out to the touch and mediocre at best. I don't know. I think we can give them a little bit more than that as they're going to pick up another one here, make it 4. That's L's 3rd goal on his 3rd shot of game 1.
And what a close attempt at saving it here He was right on it, but Big Man just doesn't quite get in behind it enough. And we are going to see UNC Charlotte fall down by 4 goals here in game 1. 2 minutes left, so I mean, they definitely can start putting in some work. But 4 goals is still a tall order to come back from.
Yeah, it's a lot, and if there's going to be an attempt at a comeback, you need a quick one, I think, here early, just to at least, get maybe inside the heads of the opposition. That will not be the case, though. It will be Ween instead, who takes his time here, love the patience, draws out Bio, and just rolls it into the corner as Mediocre are cruising in game 1.
And it does seem as if this mediocre at best team has really tried to break down UNCC in, again, trying to bait out those commits from Bio. They understand what a powerhouse and crucial part of this roster he is. And if you can find those ways to just remove him from the place, here's an opportunity for them. And Ween going to make it a 6-goal lead here in game number 1. And UNC Charlotte, they might be writing off this game already, trying to figure out how they can make that return to form and regain in game 2.
Yeah, this one's almost certainly going to be a write-off for Charlotte here. 4 is possible, but 6 is a bit too much, I think, for any team. And as you said, Ryan, just trying to find some answers here and find some resolutions to the problems that Mediocre are posing. Even on that one, Ween, what a great save. Just gets up there and denies. So even when you think you have a great chance, the defense still comes through. And that's just the class of team that you're dealing with at the moment.
Yes, it is, as we have 58 seconds left. And again, UNC Charlotte still trying to see if they can find some kind of response here. They don't want to get shut out in game 1. They're really going to want to try and find at least 1 goal to end this one. As we continue on, Furry Wolf takes that one down, looking for a pass out to Big Man. He's going to find it. Big Man takes that one down a bit further. Going to pick up that 100 boost there in the corner, stealing that from Mediocre at best. And again, a missed touch, and Brandon breaks past. And Mediocre at best have free reign of that half of the field almost. Furry Wolf gets back in time. Off the backboard, nobody there to finish it. And I would have to say, Perino, that's one of the biggest things that I'm seeing as an issue here for UNC Charlotte, is just the lack of finishing power.
Yeah, and just lack of overall pressure on offense. They're not really getting great looks for themselves. They've had very limited opportunities compared to Mediocre, who have just been all over the ball. And obviously it will be their game once it touches the floor, as it does. And lots of questions to be asked after a rough game 1 for UNC Charlotte. That is just not the way you want to start the grand final.
Yeah, definitely not a way you want to kick things off as you go into this one. But again, we talked about it before, and Mediocre at best, they had that kind of shock factor last time they played their opponent in Townsend. And it does feel like there were times that UNC Charlotte did a good job of slowing them down. But I would say the bigger thing that I had an issue with here was really them not having anybody to follow through with some of their strikes on net. The save comes through and it's not a great clear from the defense, but nobody on UNC Charlotte is there to kind of chain another strike on net. And if they just get a couple more of those, I think this one goes a lot differently. I think you see at least, a 4-6 game, maybe.
Yeah, and that's certainly a possibility, but we're going to have our next game coming up here, Ryan. And yeah, I'm looking for some kind of answer from UNC Charlotte. And for them, it's, I think, really important not to go 2 games back. They really ought to be trying to win this one if they want to get a foothold in this series. Otherwise, I think we may see Mediocre just run away with this one.
Yeah, that is really going to be the big deal for them here. But as we go into it, this is game 2 of the grand finals. Currently, Mediocre at best are up 1 in the series. And a great save right there by Furry Wolf. First 30 seconds tick off, and a bit better of a start here for UNC Charlotte. Last time by this point, there are already 2 goals against them, so they're not quite getting shocked out of their boots as fast this time.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job at least of adjusting to the speed of play here. But oh, that's a great fake from Wien there. He threatens the shot. I think he wanted the touch, but just couldn't quite get it. But still mediocre at best. They're just piling on the pressure as that one slides off the post and away. And big man will deliver some safety for only a moment of respite. Bio having to get way up there to make that touch.
And this one gets thrown down into the blue half. Touch up high. Oh, a great touch right there. And what a stop from Bio. As he steps up big on that save, and they keep themselves neutral for the time being. Touch out to the side by Furry Wolf. Clear downfield by Bio. Looking to see if anybody is there to win that 50-50. Oh, and Furry Wolf again just kind of stifling out Wien right there. And they're going to maintain possession, Perino. What a fantastic play they kind of had going for them. You know, you could tell there was a little bit of a mishap there on the offender, but again, maintaining possession there, good look for them.
Yeah, and just not panicking really is the big part of that. But there's a moment of panic. The team bump on the goal line here is going to allow Els to score. We'll see. Big man gets the touch, and he just goes right into the path of Furry Wolf, who wanted to make a challenge on the wall there. Just got held back, and mediocre will absolutely take that goal.
And a fantastic shot right there by Els. Oh, an opportunity presents itself, and Els takes another one here for them. Getting the run up 2-0. 3 minutes left, and again, this is the thing that we saw last time. UNCC, they went down early on into the matchup. The big thing here for them is do not let that get you down. You've got to maintain your pressure because you're going to find a way through eventually. You've just got to hold on.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ryan. And I think the other part of it, too, is even just working on pressure off the kickoffs. I think Charlotte did a much better job in the most recent kickoff, but the last goal was just purely from the spot in the center where Wien just won that kickoff so hard and then followed it up with a demolition. You know, it's about as free of a goal as you'll get. And kickoffs can be so important. As O'Branted with a tremendous touch out and an even better finish from Wien. He's going to get the double touch. It may not have been entirely necessary, but he finally got around to it. Took it by the defender and just snuck that in.
What a touch. Just a stupid touch that he manages to pull off there. And great play as he gets the run up 3-0 here for them. And just again, UNC Charlotte not finding a response currently. They are down 0-9 goals. I mean, that is just wild, Perino, how much better mediocre at best are handling themselves. But again, we talked about it. You know, Bio, he was kind of that star player here for UNC Charlotte. And if you're shutting him down left and right, you're really going to have a hard time.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is I still think Bio's had really solid impact on defense. But he just hasn't been able to get downfield with his team. And that's where Charlotte will continue to struggle, I think, in this series, is just building that pressure onto mediocre at best. They're not finding, like, the passing plays out. Like, that's a big touch and a big clearance, sure, but, you know, it's not really going to anyone. It just allows mediocre at best to deal with the ball, and, you know, they're demonstrating that they can alleviate that pressure very easily. So lots of concerns, I think, for Charlotte.
Yeah, plenty of concerns here for them. Again, just trying to find a way to stop the bleeding. Oh, and a great shot opportunity just missed out right there by Brandon. He's going to get demoed off on the side. Bio again misses his touch. He will get bumped out and away. Big man taking out Els. And we see UNC Charlotte, they're trying to kind of bring out some demolition plays. They're not really making, you know, the most of those opportunities when they find them, but they're trying to find some ways to kind of reduce that pressure on themselves. And again, you know, game number 2 here, Perino, a lot lower scoring. for mediocre at best, but the biggest issue again is just UNC Charlotte are not finding that offensive pressure, the offensive momentum that they really need.
Yeah, and even though there have been less goals, Ryan, I feel as though mediocre at best have still had complete control of this game. They haven't really been too bothered on that defensive side, so they only needed one, I think, really to win this game. And as we tick towards the end here, they're going to have all of the pressure and momentum heading into a potentially decisive game 3. That'll be their match point already. Wow, just what a showing, really, from mediocre at best. They are, again,
Yeah.
punching above what their name implies.
Yeah, they're definitely not living up to their name in a lot of ways. But I mean, you take a look at the stats here and a massive amount of shots here from mediocre at best. Walk away with 13 shots to their name. And you contrast that to 1 from UNC Charlotte. And again, that's what we're talking about, is that lack of offensive pressure these guys really have just been searching for and they have not found. But as we get ready and go into game number 3, UNC Charlotte, they're now in a position, Perino, where they've got to pull off the reverse sweep. They can't drop anything else at this point.
It's an extremely tough task. We discussed how they were going to have to take down every big dog in this tournament. Well, it's looking right now as though the highest ranked seed might be too much for them, but we will see about it as we head into potentially the last game of the day. If mediocre at best can pull this one out, for UNC Charlotte, it's about staying alive.
Very much so. And at this point, if you're UNC Charlotte, you got to take this one game at a time. Look at the game right in front of you. Don't worry about the rest of the series. You got to take this one right now just to force another one. But another opportunity comes through. Brandon, big miss from him. And that's going to let, UNC Charlotte take a breath of relief right there. But the onslaught is not done yet as Brandon takes another opportunity to shoot that one. Tries to go for center, not quite touch he was looking for, as Bio going to go for a clearing opportunity. Big man on the follow-up. Down back to Bio. Drops it down. However, not quite the angle that Furry Wolfman needed on that one. Big man guides it into the safety of the side corner. Opportunity, and Els blasts that one through. Sees the defender. He's going to drop it off to the left side of the net. And that gets them the run up 1-0 here in game 3.
And I really like this play from Ween here in the corner. Just choosing to bring the ball up to the ceiling and then straight back down. It's not an angle that too many players will take out of that spot. And it can really catch a defense out. You saw it there. That ball arrives with so much pace on it already. It doesn't take much for an attacking player to really, rocket that ball towards the goal. Els found himself. Great finish there. He'll be very happy to get his team ahead after they had a really good chance earlier that just didn't come off for them. And here we go. UNC Charlotte might have a look here, but Wolfman just unable to find the goal.
And again, they find their way into the back half of the orange side, but nobody able to find that follow-through. Close attempt. Bio's going to find the demo there on Brandon and clear out that back line. Furry Wolfman off to the side, seeing if he can get a shot opportunity. Oh, there it is, as Big Man picks it up out that touch from the crossbar. And UNC Charlotte finding their first goal here in the 3rd game, Perino. The current overall goals are 1-10.
Yeah, that is a good sign for Charlotte. I think they definitely needed that one. It's a start for certain. Just watching Els' perspective on that. Such a tough spot for him because both of his teammates are already in the corner, and that ball is bouncing back out towards the middle of the field. He felt like he just had to close down the shot angle, not really able to get there in time, but wasn't really left with much of a choice. I feel for him in that one.
Definitely right there as that one gets set up high. Again, Furry Wolfman a little bit too aggressive in his positioning right there. They try to back him up, but it's not going to be enough. That one goes out to the side. Again, holding the score currently at that 1-1 score line. Drop that one down in front. Els is there on the save. And UNC Charlotte continuing to fight a bit harder here. I'm starting to like some of the offensive pressure we're seeing, but I still just don't know if it's enough. Oh,
Well, there
but
you
that
go.
one's going to break through. My doubts have been eroded.
Yeah, and again, L's on the short end of the challenge. They're just trying to get in front of it. Great placement from Big Man. He had to go near side with that. Defender was coming from the left to right hand side. So love the finishing prowess there. And okay, for UNC Charlotte, there's your first lead. Just have to try and protect it now at this point. 2 minutes deep. It's certainly uncertain if we'll get a chance to score too many more, as that's a great shot, but a better save from Brandon, who also follows up with a clearance. So I think the name of the game now will just be the defense.
Try to
For UNC.
atrophy some of the time there on the clock. Els throws that one up high. He goes in for a potential bump there on Bio, but again, Bio looking really good with his read of the play. Ween gonna try and get a touch here. Can he find the opportunity? No. Ends up botching that one on the side. For a Wolf out to Big Man shot, saved by Els. Brandon back out to Ween. And again, good look right there by Els. He's going to back off that play, stays back on the defense, prepared for a clearance just like this. UNC Charlotte, they're starting to look a lot better with their offense. Again, close play. Is there anybody on the follow through? Big miss right there. Brandon taps it out. Can Els find his touch here? Big demolition. Oh, and Brandon breaks through the smoke screen, and he's going to get it tied up 2-2. So much chaos here on the goal line, but they make it work.
Yes, and through the smoke goes Brandon to find that goal, but I love the creativity from Els. He puts that ball up high and immediately just chases the last defender. So much trust in his teammate to come up and make a big play when asked. And Brandon just, again, great read. It's tough when you have that smoke screen in front of you. It's oftentimes a problem when a player gets demoed. You can't really locate the ball that easily. And just trusting his instinct, breaking through, finding the goal, back on level terms. But this might be a decent look here, as Furry Wolf's going to try and set up for Bio, who holds on to the touch for a moment. Here we go, another pass over to Furry Wolf, and Big Man is just going to follow up his own touch, and he's denied by a defender and then the post. That's unreal.
Oh my gosh, everybody on UNC Charlotte tried to get in on this one to make it go through, but it's just not enough. As we go to the last 10 seconds, they're tied up. UNC Charlotte just need one more goal to force a game 4. However, Ween and company are going to try and see if they can end it here. No, we've got overtime. One goal here keeps them alive. One goal against them ends their run right here.
Again, really smart decision making from Els there at the end. Just rotated all the way out, wanted to make sure that nothing silly happened at the end of regulation. I think Mediocre at best will be happy to take this game to overtime as Els is pressed into the save, and Brandon is just going to fire this one back. I'm not sure that Bio has boost, and that's it. Just like that, Brandon delivers from midfield, and we're done.
And all the boosts in the midfield are just gone. Bio, he's got nothing. He tries to wave dash himself into a position, but it is done, folks. GG's, well played. Your grand champions are going to be mediocre at best. And man, they have had a really good run here today, Perino. They managed to take down UNC Charlotte, who are tearing through all of the top seeds, but this is just one that they cannot beat.
Yeah, that was a tall ask for UNC Charlotte. I mean, mediocre at best played absolutely out of their minds, just all over the pitch. Really, these guys delivered when it counted. They got their way into the grand final, and they certainly showed up to play. Just love the speed, the creativity from all three of their players. I think Ween played a great series again, delivering up a lot of the passes. Els with the finishing, and Brandon locking it down all over the field. He had a big impact on that last game, Brandon, 2 goals. So all three of those guys really playing well.
Yeah, huge impact there for him in that final game. And again, 3-0 sweep is what we end up seeing, but UNC Charlotte, they started kind of waking up a bit more there in the end. Just it's not enough. You got to try and find yourself a bit earlier in that. But again, mediocre at best. So they played really, really well. They walk away from that series. I believe it's 12-2 in terms of overall goals against UNC Charlotte. So
Yeah, and
not too bad.
yeah, that's pretty decent, you gotta say. You know, I definitely thought that UNC Charlotte were going to put up more of a fight there, just based on the momentum that they had and the way that they, became the giant slayers of the day, going through, and they were building a great narrative for themselves, but I think they just kind of ran into a brick wall at the end. That
Yeah.
was it's a bit too much for them, I think.
Yeah, and as much as you hope the underdog ends up pulling it out in the end, they just couldn't quite make it through. But we had a lot of really great Rocket League, Perino. It was a whole bunch of fun. We had such a good time here. A lot of game fives and stuff. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it here in the grand finals, but still a lot of really good Rocket League. We had the 4-minute OT earlier. And just, these teams all definitely stepped up in a big way. But we do want to say congratulations to everybody who made it here to the end. Our third and fourth place teams, Mizzou Black and Towson University, they walk away with some awesome Corsair t-shirts. And then we have UNC Charlotte. They're going to walk away with the Corsair Jacket Edge hoodie. And then Mediocre at Best will walk away with the HS60 Pro surround gaming headset for each of them. So that's a pretty sweet prize, if I do say so, Perino.
Yeah, I would certainly be excited if I were on the receiving end of any one of those, but these guys absolutely went out and earned it today. So congratulations to all the teams that participated, and also thank you to the staff behind the scenes at the Esports CCP for helping us deliver a great show. They have a great team back there that helped guide us through what ended up being fairly long day. Those final games will get to you, man.
Yeah, they do. So again, thank you everybody who helped out behind the scenes, and also a huge thank you to our sponsors, the OC Fair, Corsair, NFL Alumni, and ESTV. They help make all of this happen with their support. So thank you so much. But that is going to do it for myself and Perino. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you guys next time. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be here.
Can't sleep neither. Let's not sleep together. You can't sleep neither. Let's not sleep together.